All right, good morning, everyone. This is February 28th, 2018. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the full board will be March 14th. Then there'll be a 3-week gap until April 4th, and then April 18th. I ask if you have any cell phones to please silence them and take your calls outside. The matters will be called in the order they've been signed in, for the most part. First in Buffalo, then Albany, and now here in New York City. Chairman, do you have any other announcements to take care of while we're here? All right. When your item is called, please approach the podium, announce who you are. If you're an attorney or representative, please note your client's appearance as well, and speak clearly into the microphone. The first item in Buffalo will be item 381, Exquisite Discount Wine and Liquor, LLC.
Good morning. My name's Chester Menkenna from Consulting Alcohol Management. I have handled the liquor license application for the applicant. I don't know if you want to speak first to the people that are protesting.
Yes, please.
Are you guys protesting? 5-0. Yep.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Larry Eggert. I'm the retired police chief for the city of Lockport, and we are disputing the license application for 5 Locust Street in the city. I'm also currently the alderman at large in the city. And I'd just like to say
You're the police chief and the alderman at large?
Retired police chief.
Oh, okay.
Been retired a couple of years. The location at 5 Locust Street, I think, at least in my view, could create some difficulty for us. It's very close to a high-rise apartment complex that deals, the residents are, in many cases, have mental health issues and are low-income people. And also, it is close by to an ice rink we just built in the city. Literally, you can see the rink from the location, 5 Locust Street. And that, quite frankly, is the crown jewel of our downtown, and we're really trying to revitalize the downtown area. And I think having a liquor store in that particular location could cause us some problems, because we do have a lot of people that come in from outside the city to frequent the rink. And again, we're trying to make the downtown area build it up, because there are some issues downtown, a lot of empty storefronts and that kind of thing. So based on that, number one. Number two, there is a crime problem in that area. Unfortunately, that high-rise I spoke about earlier is pretty much a magnet for crime, a lot of drug dealing, a lot of police calls, calls for service for all different manner of problems. And I think having a liquor store that close to that high-rise would only exacerbate the crime problem that already exists there.
And we have a letter from the mayor as well. I'm assuming you're speaking for her as well?
Well, I'm speaking for the city, indirectly for the mayor as well, yes.
Yeah, because she's against it. She mentions a church. Is there a church nearby?
There's a church block away from this location on the corner of Locust and South, which is about a block to the south of 5 Locust Street. So there is a church there as well, yes.
And she also mentions a gentleman by the name of Eric Williams. Are you familiar with him? She's saying he's involved in this application, even though he's not on paper involved in it?
Oh, that I have no knowledge of.
Do you know who he is?
I know that name.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if I could comment without a date of birth and a picture of him.
What is the Christian Academy of Western NE? I'm not sure what that is. Looks like it's a school right next door.
There was a school there. I'm not sure if it's still there. There was a Christian Academy that was located on Main Street around the corner. I'm not sure if that's still there or not. But as of last year, I think it was.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Concerning the mayor, this original application was applied for 50 Locust, and it was later moved.
Is there anyone else in opposition? Who wants to speak?
He spoke for, do you want to speak, Chief? No, no.
And the church was within 200 feet of 50 Locust, so that's why he applied for 5 Locust Street, which is much more, it's probably 500, 600 feet away from the church. And the applicant is a sole applicant, he works for the city. And the applicant states to me he talked to the mayor yesterday, and she was against it because of the church, or what she told him, and not against this license at that location. She was against the one that was at 50 Locust.
Well, I have a letter from her that says she's against it, unless I get something different. And but you're right, it does say 50 Locust on the letter. But unless I get something different, she's against it.
Oh, it does say that, yeah. Thank you.
We could get a letter from her.
Who is Eric Williams?
That's just a friend of mine. He has nothing to do with this.
Why do a couple people say he does?
I have no idea where that's coming from.
All right, go ahead.
The premises is a small liquor store, about 1,100 feet for the service area. And the licensee, he works, as I say, works for the city. He will be covering this location during night hours and the weekends. And he will have managers who will be covering in the daytime. And we're here to answer any further questions you have, sir.
Why a liquor store? Why does he want to open a liquor store? He has no experience.
I had liquor stores on, my family's own liquor stores down south, so I'm just kind of continuing the family tradition up here.
Actually, it's worse.
Can you, Dave, you need to move it back.
Perfect.
Right there.
Okay,
Thank you, Dave.
you're welcome.
And what's he going to do at this liquor store that the closest liquor stores aren't doing already?
Are you going to be doing anything different?
I'm in the process of going through all that right now. There's some wines that those liquor stores don't carry. So we're in the process of, I'm gonna look into some different wines and stuff.
What he tells me, 50% will be selling liquor and 50% will be wine. Most of the wines will be New York State wines.
Most of them,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
One of the closest stores is 13,000 square feet. What wines aren't they carrying?
I don't have the list of wines and all that on me right now at this moment.
I'm good, Chairman, if you want me to, have more questions.
I don't.
Yeah. I'm not going to go against the mayor. I'm going to vote to deny. There's another store, like literally, like just right down the street from you, Walnut Street Liquor Store. And with the mayor's objection, and I just don't, I'm not going to overrule that, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Can we get a letter from the mayor saying she's not against this? Would that help?
Well, the guy behind you is the alderman at large, and he's against it, so.
He just talked to the mayor yesterday, and she said she wasn't against it. We can get a letter from her.
You can always ask for reconsideration. With
Okay,
the letter, that would change.
I'm going to deny it as well, on the same
Okay.
grounds. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right.
The next item in Buffalo is 411 GJC3 Inc.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gary Williams, here representing, I'm the applicant for GJC3 Inc., and here to answer any questions that you may have.
Are you familiar? Oh, so you were previously licensed at a place,
Yes, I did receive license.
and we canceled it.
Yes, sir.
What's changed?
The young lady who sent in the disapproval letter sort of overstepped her bounds. I'm pretty sure in your package, you may have a letter from her supervisor stating that she should not have sent in a letter of disapproval.
No,
Also-
no, you're talking about the city of Rochester. What's changed? Why should we believe that you're going to run this place differently than you ran the last place?
Well, also in your package, you have a letter from my attorney, and
I'm
that
asking
states-
you.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, the last place, if I can explain, my partner and I were at odds, and that's why I'm no longer at the last place.
No, you're not at the last place because we shut it.
No, the last place was never shut down, sir.
Oh, you had one after that?
Yes, I've never had a location that was shut down.
TG2 Inc., you owned that, correct?
Yes.
We canceled the license
In 2013.
in 2013.
No, those licenses were surrendered. We never had a license canceled.
Yeah, you did. Am I wrong? Am I reading something wrong here?
Yeah, they were surrendered by my partner, Tyrone Ashford.
Am I reading that wrong?
I'm checking myself. That's what I read from the sheet.
System would work.
And then, while
They-
you're looking for that, I
They were
also had another-
surrendered, hold on, please. They were
sorry.
surrendered and subsequently canceled.
Yes, yes.
So canceled it on enforcement.
They were charges pending at the time the license was surrendered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's canceled.
Okay, sir, but right after that, I did apply on my own without my partner, who I had issues with. And I did have a license approved on St. Paul Boulevard, 800 St. Paul Boulevard.
Do we have any problems there?
No, sir.
And you were recently disapproved. A year ago? 2 years ago?
I was never, ever disapproved of a license.
Bear with me
I-
for the system and I'll,
Yeah, if you can give me the location, it's only 800 St. Paul and the Mount Reed address.
All right. Did you work at Deja Blue as well?
No, sir. I don't even know what Deja Blue is. Marmar.
Deja Blue, a club in Rochester. You never worked there.
No, sir.
You don't know where it is or what it is.
I'm sort of familiar with the name, but I never worked at Deja Blue.
You weren't the manager there in 2009 or 10.
I think you're speaking of Club Network. I never was associated with Deja Blue.
Can you guys look up Club Network?
Chairman? Hi,
Hey.
Jamie Gallagher. Club Network was the former name for Deja Blue, but they were both Marmar Properties LLC. Same location.
Yeah, but I was never associated with Deja
But so you
Blue.
do know what Deja Blue is?
I never knew the name was changed. I've never been around that area since I left there.
What's this bar going to have in it? You're asking for everything under the sun. You're going to have recorded live dancing and karaoke?
Well, the special thing about the location, headed towards the east is 2 blocks away from downtown, and headed towards the west is near the inner city. So it's very versatile. What we plan to do is have food with live entertainment. That's going to be our specialty.
What's your food? Because I don't see a menu.
Maybe that's been overlooked, but we do have
By
like
who, me or you?
I'm pretty sure we sent that in with the package, sir.
Chairman, it's there. It's not very legible, but it's there.
I don't have that.
And I don't know how specific it is that, but we do have 2 culinary arts chefs that's going to be preparing foods. It's going to be more of a restaurant than a nightclub. And that's what I started out from the beginning. That's why the name is Mink Lounge. It's not a bar.
All right. Do you have any questions?
You're located like just west of the inner loop, correct? Am I looking at the
Yes,
right?
sir.
What are the hours?
Our hours going to be lunchtime, opening at 11 to 4, serving lunch. And then we will be doing live entertainment almost on a daily basis, and then evening time. And also
you
serving.
have DJs as well?
We will have a DJ available. Yes, sir.
And so when are you closing? What time?
2.
2 o'clock in Monroe County, correct?
Is that what it
Yes,
is
sir.
in Monroe?
Yes, Monroe County's 2 o'clock.
And also, sir, this has already been a bar restaurant, so it's nothing new. Actually, I have a letter you may have in your package from Mr. Adam McFadden, who's a councilman of this area, and he stated in his letter that he's happy that someone finally reopened this building, which was looking very bad in the city. Most importantly, economically, I'm helping out a lot of the inner city people. We hired all people who live near that area who didn't have jobs. So I have 9 to 10 people that's going to be on the payroll with part-time jobs.
Are you having security?
We may have security only to check IDs, but other than that, no, sir.
So you're going to have live music and DJs, and you're not going to have any security?
We'll have security, once again, to check IDs, but we're not going to be a club.
But everything you just described to me
Is a club.
says club.
Well, sorry, sir, but no, we're not going to have a club. But we will have security, to check IDs.
When you say live music, what do you mean live music? Acoustic guitar or a band?
Well, we're going to have bands, R&B.
He never
Okay.
indicated DJs with the application.
He what?
He did not indicate DJs with the application.
Yeah,
Yeah, our main focal will be, once again, doing R&B music.
You have any more questions, Chairman? I like the fact that you have a letter of support here from a city councilman, but there's questions here that I don't think you've thought through or are prepared to answer. As far as your method of operation, where your location, it's not bad because you're not really around residences, but
Correct.
I still think there's things you need to think about in terms of security, your method of operation, because everything you've described is a club, not a restaurant.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt you, but I've been in the business since 2006, and I've
yeah, but
never.
you have been in the business since 2006, but based on the records we have, you haven't really done very well at it. In respect to what we require.
Yes, sir. But in retrospect, I was always involved with another partner. At this time, I'm going out on my own, and of course, some mistakes were made in the past, but I have learned from the mistakes.
Yeah. I'm still going to vote to deny you, and, you can come back for reconsideration with maybe a better security plan, a better business plan, whatever. You've asked for DJs, it's not on your application, so At this point, I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, basically on the same grounds. I mean, you're telling me it's not a club, but everything that you've worked at the past has been clubs, and everything you described to me here is a club. Yet you don't have any security, and you're telling me you're a restaurant, yet your menu has about 6 items on it, maybe 10.
Well,
And that didn't appear to be a restaurant menu, and you didn't apply to be a restaurant, you applied to be a bar or tavern. So if you're going to be a club, you should come in here and tell us you're going to be a club and set up a security plan and get a plan in place. And like Commissioner Ford said, have clear answers as to exactly what you're going to be, because your history is not serving you well, and you're never going to get away from it. So you better have a clear plan when you're coming to ask us to give you another one.
I respect that.
Thank you.
All right, the next item in Buffalo's 382 Bliss Dessert and Wine Bar, LLC.
Hello, I'm Paul Guarnieri. Excuse my voice, I'm feeling under the weather. This is Mark Sheldon, the licensee.
We can't catch any of that through the video, can we? Tom?
I hope not.
Any opposition there?
There's no opposition.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is, in essence, a reapplication for Bliss. There was an application that was done whereby one of the applicants unfortunately did not disclose that they had a prior driving while intoxicated charge. So as a result, Mr. Sheldon, because there was build-outs that were already made with respect to Bliss Dessert and Wine Bar, we started from scratch, and he would be the sole member of Bliss Dessert and Wine LLC.
But he's still, so that the individual you're talking about, whose name I
Dennis
escaped,
Lasher.
Lasher, is still the landlord and is also the source of the funds?
Yes, he was the lender. It's nearly impossible to get funds. The build-outs had already been done. In fact, there's 2 other there's a bar as well as a restaurant in the same building, as well as the fact that Mr. Sheldon is already, in fact, has an SLA license with respect to another establishment. But yes, Mr. Lasher is a lender with respect to that.
And what does he do, Lasher?
He actually owns a construction company, as well as he owns a number of buildings, in particular.
Mostly real estate development.
It's mostly real estate development.
So he's, other than what you just mentioned, this guy's not involved in this at all?
At all.
He's not going to work there, he's not going to be there?
Nope. He will not be there. He will not work there. He is not a member of the LLC. He has nothing to do with it. He is strictly a lender and a landlord.
So his only involvement is receiving rent each month and being paid off for financial backing.
Yes.
Mr. Sheldon, you have another license
What?
I have something.
that's active right now?
Yes, on his other license.
What is that? Is that Nash Entertainment?
Yes.
Okay.
Who? With who? I know, with who, do we know?
The complaint says a name, but it hasn't been investigated past that complaint.
Okay.
I'm ready if you are,
Yeah,
Chairman.
there's not much I can do about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Sheldon, I'm going to vote to approve, give you a chance here. You have another license that we have no adverse history. You're a former firefighter and fire marshal, so you got to be a pretty good guy. So I'm going to vote to approve.
What are the hours?
4 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And what's the music situation, any?
Recorded music only.
Good.
All right, I'll vote to approve as well with those hours. Give them till 12, so we don't cause any problems. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Everyone have a wonderful day.
All right, Cheryl, I don't have anything else signed into Buffalo. Is that correct?
No, we are not.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move to Albany then. And item 324, La Botella Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
How are we doing so far?
Good morning, members. Thomas J. Murphy, of Councils of Murphy, Shazano, and Rosado for the applicant.
You're aware this location was canceled as a focal point for police attention before, correct?
I am aware, yes.
So what are you going to do different? What are you proposing different?
Well, it's a new owner. It's going to be a different operation. Different employees.
Yeah, because this was just closed. We just canceled a license last August.
Correct.
So that's your answer, is just it's different employees?
That's a different ownership, different.
Yeah, but the place was a problem. It's got 2 pool tables in it, which aren't necessarily alone a problem, but it looks like they're running the same type of place.
Well,
Nothing's
I don't-
changed.
I'm unaware that there's there are pool tables in the place. There are
Am I-
chairs and stuff.
Are
that's
those pool
abandoned there.
tables? You submitted pictures. Did you do the application?
I did not. I'm of counsel.
Ask them. I think there was, we're just wondering, are you running it differently? Are they running it differently than the former owners?
Well, he will. He's gonna focus on food. He's a chef. Mr. Cisneros is a chef, and he's worked in the pizzeria and Italian food business for 24 years.
The former license was also listed as a restaurant.
But it looks more like a sports bar. These are current pictures with the pool tables and everything in it?
Yes. Pool tables in place?
Yeah.
Yes.
And why does he need to be open till 3 a.m. for a restaurant?
Well,
In a town that doesn't really need that?
well, in Newburgh, there's a lot of the population that work second shift, some third shift even. There are factories that are still operating in Newburgh, out at the airport, in town, and a lot of his clientele will be the Hispanic population, and they work in these factories.
Are they open now without alcohol?
They are not. What had happened is the previous owners just abandoned the building. The building had been, the space in this mall, the little strip mall. Just left,
Abandon it, we shut it.
I understand that, but then they abandoned it. They left whatever was there, and the landlord leased it out. The lease the landlord has, that if the tenant leaves and abandons the property, it becomes the landlord's.
I get that. What type of music are they having?
Latin music?
No, is it live? Is it DJ?
No, no live music.
No live music.
Are they having a DJ?
No DJ.
No DJ. By the way, I didn't, this is Betsy Tejada, she's translating for the applicant.
Has he ever run a place before? You say he's a cook. Has he ever run a restaurant?
No, solo trabajado. Only worked there.
But,
He's only worked there.
no,
So who's helping him with this? Is anyone working with him to manage a restaurant? Big difference between cooking for one and running one.
well,
His son and his daughters are gonna help.
And his grandchildren, he told me. So, bussing tables and things of that nature.
I have nothing else.
He has invested all of his savings in this already and has gotten a loan. He's taking a shot, is what he's doing.
You know, I have some concerns here about this being the same type of establishment that it was before. But to your credit, and no DJ, no live music, I assume some type of recorded music?
Correct.
Okay. And what time did you want to open?
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Yes.
And you wanted to close at what, 3 p.m. every night?
3 a.m.
3 a.m. every night?
That's not happening, so.
Yeah,
Pick an hour.
yeah, that doesn't
Okay.
sound like a restaurant so much to me, opening that late and staying open that late. I'm willing to give you a shot, though. I still think there's some questions, but I'm willing to go along with it for now. I'm going to say during the week at 1 a.m. and maybe on Friday and Saturday at 2.
I'm going 12 and 1.
Or 12 and 1.
It's 12 during the week and 1 on the weekends. No DJs, no dancing, no live music. And no dancing means no dancing.
No baile.
They have enough problems in Newburgh, they don't need another one.
You can always open earlier. No stipulation there.
Oh, yeah. Good luck.
All set
Thank
then?
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have any other items in Albany?
No other items in Albany, sir.
All right, we're all set with Albany. We're going to move to New York City. The first item is 412, K&B Rodriguez Corp. Is the deputy mayor here?
Yeah, my eyes.
I thought you signed in for 412.
I have 3 cases.
Oh, all three?
For wine and closing early. This one here is one that we don't need open.
You don't want it, this is the one you're appearing on, though?
Yes.
The other ones you're not?
No, I'm not okay.
All right, so so this is 412 you want to be heard on?
321,
All right.
307.
307 you want to be heard. Okay.
You're getting to be somewhat of a regular guest here, sir.
Oh, not 307.
We have all the liquor licenses.
No, it's-
What's the one, Tom, what numbers he had?
307.
No, it's not 307. He's reading a different number.
It's number 321, J Express Food, that one? Yeah, 321.
Back, so I know what it is.
Okay, go ahead.
There are new owners there. In a period of 3 blocks, we have 13 bodegas, and every one of them almost about has a liquor license. Now, as they sell them, we try to not give them a liquor license where the neighborhood is a bad neighborhood as it is. And they have a lot of police calls at this deli, and I have the track record with me, and in the area. And they don't even have a Hempstead Village business license.
Even for the existing license there?
They're trying to work on the other people license, which is expiring soon.
Okay. So theirs is expiring. The applicant here doesn't have the new one.
Right, he
Gotcha.
doesn't have one.
So the police chief sent us something saying the same thing, but he also said they don't have an objection. But, so you're telling us you guys do have an objection?
Yes.
Okay.
We have 13 of these bodegas in a period of 4 short blocks. We're trying to change the zoning, and we're working on it.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here?
No one else signed in except for the deputy mayor.
All right, well,
as far as
we'll
I know.
Save it till
Are you here?
after.
Are you hearing this? Okay. Are you hearing this one? You're not hearing this one, okay.
So second call this in case they come back in, but thanks.
All right, let's get back. Next item is 407, YOLO You Only Live Once LLC. All right, someone, you signed in for 407. Right, YOLO You Only Live Once LLC. Okay, you do that. 340, Bigley and Sasha's Inc.
Good morning, I'm Michael Durgovich, part of Bigley and Sasha's Inc. Our attorney, Frank Polillo, has been slightly delayed. If it would be possible to pass us for a moment until he arrives. Apologies to the authority. The chairman.
No, I'll let him have it when he gets here.
We always like handing it to Frank, so.
Okay, let's try again. 345, Galaxy Bar and Grill Corp.
Riley and Commissioner Ford. I'm Jared Cooper here on behalf of the applicant, Galaxy Bar and Grill Corp. And I believe this matter is before you for reconsideration in accordance with the decisions of the lower court and the appellate division.
Yep. So you're,
So basically, we brought an Article 78.
no, I'm familiar with what happened. I'm more concerned about with the business itself. So this place has been revoked twice.
11 years ago and then 20 years ago.
There's public opposition. Is this community board here?
No, I mean, there was no opposition from the standpoint that we had a letter of support from the councilman.
Who's the councilman?
Councilman Matthews. I have a copy of his letter, which is in the file.
And you're having, so this place is going to have 375 people maximum.
Right. It has a cabaret license. We have a
DJ, you're having DJ and live music. And you're having that and dancing, and you're having that many people, and all you're going to have is a manager, 8 employees, and 10 security guards.
Yes. The security plan that we have is quite comprehensive. It's basically led by a retired detective who has laid out a plan which basically is very comprehensive, involving scanners for IDs, metal detectors, traffic flow pattern diagrams. And, he basically testified actually during a reconsideration hearing and gave his whole, gave testimony about how he would implement the security plan.
No, I remember, and I still had issues with it because I don't see, given the history at the place, given the history of the manager that he's hired, which is very negative, and given the size of the precinct there and the size of this place, how it's going to not still be a drain on police resources.
Well,
I guess the point I'm making is I don't know, you could have 50 security guards in this place, and I don't know that it would be enough.
Well, I think that, in looking at the security plan, number one is And the method of operation. My client.
Well, the method of operation is exactly the same as the former one.
Understood.
It's been revoked twice.
Understood, but
For
again,
disorderly conduct, for improper conduct, for altercations, assaults, focal point of police attention, noise nuisance, sustained pattern of noise. What's different
in all
about?
due respect, I think that, back in 1998, when the first place had the license,
I just read stuff from 2010.
well, no, I'm just saying, I'm starting back then, and then I'm going to 2011. I mean, basically, I don't know what their security plan was. My security expert met with the people at the precinct. He's an ex-police officer. He understands what's involved in, securing a location, especially one with a history, a prior history, and, we'll be in communication with the precinct. I think that in the past, the security probably wasn't up to par with this security.
But you're speculating on that. You have no idea.
No, I'm pretty certain from the plan. If you read the plan, his plan is pretty detailed and like how.
But you don't know what the other security plans were.
I don't. I have no idea what the security plan was.
Have you met with the police department?
Yes, he has.
And how many times, and what was the outcome?
The outcome was that, I'm just saying this from his testimony. His understanding was that he would work with the police precinct. He went over his plan with the police precinct. The police precinct, was in agreement with him. I mean, when we came here before, there was no opposition from the community board. There was no opposition from the police precinct. We've been before you 4 times.
I think there is.
Not during
I
this
believe there was a community board opposition. Am I wrong in that? I mean, I know it's not 500 foot, but
There's no, I mean, let me just say this. I, before even submitting this application, I reached out to the community board to, schedule a meeting with them. I sent them correspondence before even submitting the application. The chairman of this community board, acknowledged the fact that they, had problems with it previously, but no longer, and she never got back to us. So we reached out before even sending, in the application to them. And then we sent in, obviously, the 30-day notice. We did all of the requirements which were required for, submitting an application.
so I see that the notice was signed by somebody who's not a principal of the corporation. Is that?
Sorry?
I'm asking him.
What page are you looking at, Chairman? On
This number 2. No, I'm sorry, 4. One of the notes.
So he's no longer a principal. I have to look and see. Unless it's in here. Which I don't.
And Mr. Bessie's still going to be the manager?
Yes.
Even though we,
I mean, in looking at Mr. Bessie's record, I mean, Mr. Bessie had been an owner who was the principal on 2 licenses that had no instances of violations of the community board. His last employer back in 2011, which he managed, had instances where they were serving minors. He informed the principals about this situation and he quit. And then after that, he worked for another establishment in Brooklyn for 4 years where he had no problems. And so out of 13 years, he had 1 employer. And also, he was an owner of 2 licensed establishments for over 7 years that had no problems.
well, he worked at this, there were sales to minors at Tie Me Up.
Right.
From 2008 through 2010.
Right.
So it took him 2 years to quit?
Well, he implemented procedures which would prevent them from, serving minors and the principals.
But my point being that the first sales charges were in 2008, and you're telling me when he found out he quit. But that's not the case, because there were more charges later, and he was still the manager.
Well, in all instances.
And they were 18 and under sales.
Well, let me just say this. In the instant premises, every patron that comes in is going to be scanned. So, the fact that
you tell me that, and I believe you believe it, but why would I believe it given this?
Because there's a security plan who's the security
That's
guard.
on paper, but does that mean that's going to be implemented the way you're telling me it's going to be?
We understand that this place is going to be under a tremendous scrutiny. So, the reason we, hired this this security firm is so that we wouldn't have any instances where there would be, occasions where there'd be minors, where there would be any, any unruly.
I know, but then you bring a manager who has a history of selling to minors. So just because you put something on paper and tell me now it's all fixed, I have to deal with his history. And that's what I go on. And what his history tells me is he doesn't care.
Sir, his history, his history does not say that. He was licensed, he was the principal on 2 licenses from 1999.
In a 2-year period, he has 6 sales to minors in a restaurant that he was managing. 2 of those sales were 18 and under.
Right.
Now, you can't tell me that there's 18-year-olds walking in that you think are 21 years old, that people under 18, I don't believe it. The bottom line is you don't care. That person is not carding anybody.
Right, but in this instance, it's not.
You're telling me in this instance they're going to be carding people, but based on what he's done in the past, I don't believe that.
But then after he left that establishment, he worked in another establishment for 4 more years, and there were no instances of sales to minors.
Do you have any questions?
Is he still working in one now? Is he still employed in the business now?
No. He was, no, he's not. He's selling furniture.
Counsel, I'll just be totally candid. I very much respect what the court said in this particular matter, that the location itself can't be held against your client because it's a totally new client. But I actually very much understand the concerns of the board, both on the security plan as well as the question about the manager and his history. I think that that's actually very telling about what could happen at a place this large. And I know that you can see why we would have concerns about that.
I understand, but I think that if you look at his resume, he ran a venue in the Hamptons that was consisted of over 200 every night of 200 people, and there were no violations on those when he was managing that place. I think it's unfair to say that the man does not care when maybe he made a mistake in the past.
See, and if you came to me with a place, and I respect the court's decision too, but if you came to me with a place that had not had this level of pressure on the local police force,
right,
and had not caused all these issues in the past because of its size and because of its method of operation, which is 100% identical to what you're doing, then I probably could overlook what he's done in the past here. But now we have basically a perfect storm as far as I'm concerned.
All right, well,
we have a place that in my view is extremely difficult to secure, given what's happened in the past and given what you've shown us. You have a manager who historically has not shown that he's a very good manager, at least in our view. And you have a place that is going to have 375 people in it, 5 nights a week until 4 a.m. with live music, DJs dancing. That to me just tells me that the same thing is going to happen again. And we have an owner that has no experience. Correct? He's never had a license. He's never owned a restaurant. Now he's taking on an enormous club that he's going to be one of the managers in. So you're asking me to go way out on a limb here, and
in looking at the court's decision, I think the court considered Mr. Bessie's,
no, what the court said is I didn't articulate it well enough. The court said that I spoke too much about the prior revocations, and they're probably right. But they didn't say that we shouldn't be considering Mr. Bessie. Am I wrong?
I don't believe so.
So if we propose to get a new manager who's spotless,
It probably would make me feel better.
Okay, so is it possible for us to,
Well, I don't know what he's. I'm going to deny this based on his history, his lack of experience, the fact that I don't think the security plan, even though it is extensive, is enough, and the fact that this place is an enormous club in my view, and put enormous pressure on the police precinct, and I don't see how it's not going to again, given the method of operation that you're proposing. So I'm going to deny on that. If you want to come back with something different in another application, then you're welcome to do that. And I think that's where I think you need to. But I was told I was wrong before, and I may be wrong again, so.
When you said, when you proposed coming up with another manager, you took the thought like right out of my head. This is exactly what I was thinking, that perhaps you need to get a new manager. My concerns are, you're talking about a place with almost 400 people, cabaret, DJ, live music, dancing, 4 a.m., and actually, I think like a security detail of only what?
10.
Of only 10 guards, okay, but you're only talking about a club with almost 400 people that only 8 employees. There seems like some kind of out of balance there to me. So I'm going to vote tonight for the same reasons that the chairman is. I mean, you can always request reconsideration and come back with some changes that might change your mind. But you've heard our piece.
All right, great. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thanks.
The next item is 354, Vida Mexicana, Inc.
Morning, Mr. Mateo.
Morning, sir.
How are you today?
I don't know. Let's see.
What number is this? I got it.
354.
Did you do this hearing?
Did I do what? Yes, I did.
And oh, I see, okay. All right, I'll vote to reconsider. So the judge dismissed this. Or we, I should say, voted to overrule the ALJ. I've reviewed the ALJ's decision again. I'll grant reconsideration and reinstitute the dismissal.
Same here.
349, Go B&B Rest LLC.
3 what?
349.
Martin Mailer, Miami, good morning. It's a condition no contest.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
328, Bridge Consulting Services.
I was supposed to be here. I don't know where he is.
You need him?
Well, do you need him?
No.
Good question. Okay, if you don't need him, I
I
don't
mean,
need
you're
him.
good with this? Yeah. I'll accept.
Thank you.
328, right?
328, yep.
Oh, yeah, we talked about it. Yep, I'll accept.
Next item is 303, York Food Corp.
Well, again, I'm supposed to be here. Apparently, this is a no contest.
No, it's a default.
I meant a default. I spoke to the client. The client says they never received the notice. I see that the charges are disorderly premises.
They left it with the licensee.
With the licensee?
Not at the licensee, with the licensee.
With the licensee?
On December 22nd.
See, then can you put this, can we just wait until the licensee shows up? Because I just knew about this on Friday when I saw the calendar.
Wait,
and
read that again. Am I reading that right?
That's
Why would he need to, who failed to reschedule delivery? Why would he?
They left the notice that there was a registered, a certified mail to pick up.
Mail.
Oh.
Green card.
Oh, I see, okay.
So
they left the notice with the licensee, okay.
You mean at the premises?
No, my notes say with the licensee, which means him, but what do you want to do, reschedule this?
Well, yeah, either that or just, he's supposed to be in here. I mean, give it about 10 minutes.
All right, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Next item are items 420, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26. Safari Beach Club LLC.
Morning, Mr.
Hi.
Chairman.
Francis Buscemi for the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea. I don't believe the license exists anymore.
Yeah, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Next item, 311, La Chimosa Corp. That's yours too, right?
I see there are two. There are actually three. This is, one of the cases is a summary suspension case. I see that there are two cases up on this.
311 is the one that had the summary imposed.
Is there another one on today?
There are two cases.
What's
When
the
you
other
said
one?
311, you have a case number or?
396, I believe I have also.
Did you sign that in or no?
For luck.
Yeah, 396 and 399. You want that one called too?
I have three cases here, right?
No, for this one?
No, there's two on today.
Yes.
But there was a total of three cases that I had done for this licensee, one of which was a summary suspension.
That's this one.
Could you give me a number on it?
Well, it's what, the case number?
Yes.
122291.
And then you also have 119805.
That's right, and there's one other case, which is a 120260, which is not up.
Is that over?
Oh, yeah, it's been,
Yeah.
We have a decision on that?
yeah.
Oh.
So, all right, so 311,
I would just urge the board to adopt the findings of the ALJ, and I think it speaks for itself that my suggestion as counsel would be that this place is revoked and prescripted.
so sustain 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, dismiss 4, sustain 5, dismiss 6 and 7, sustain 8, sustain 9, dismiss 10, 11, and 12, sustain 13, 14, and 15.
All right, we should point out that out of the three cases, the other case before the board today, there were two charges. Both those charges were dismissed by the ALJ.
Correct.
In the case ending in 291, there were 15 charges. 6 of those charges were dismissed by the ALJ. And in the case that's not up before the board yet, there were 10 charges, 6 of which were dismissed and 4 sustained by the ALJ. So a lot of these charges, went by the wayside by way of dismissals. I don't think the magnitude or the severity of the situation, which was indicated initially by the charges, exists.
And I disagree with you. And the thing that really, I mean, obviously the focal point, in my view, is extremely serious, as well as the non-bona fide and the failure to supervise and the disorderly premises, but then we also have a failure to permit inspection.
Well, that was a locked file cabinet. They had inspection. There was a file cabinet that happened to be locked. I believe it was, if you look at the opinion in the office.
I think there was also a room they wouldn't let them into.
There was a door, a closet door.
Yeah.
There was a lock. But, I mean, they were in the office. They went wherever they want. It wasn't a matter of that they were denied inspection. There was a cabinet or a door locked, which they didn't have the key, which the person on.
And then they're
time,
here, and then you.
didn't have the key.
But when you take the charges that were sustained here, the charges that I don't even have in front of me that you indicated were sustained, plus their history, all of which involves noise, disorderly premises on multiple occasions. I agree with counsel. I'm going to revoke and bond with a prescription.
That's where I'm at too, Counselor.
And then for 396, just...
Dismiss, and 396, dismiss 1 and 2.
The next item, 331, C&G Arthur Avenue Corp.
After hearing, administrative law judge dismissed the charge.
I got it.
Which one? 331?
331.
Yeah.
This I talked to you, but this is when I talked to you about. She's right. Okay. Dismiss charge 1.
Dismiss.
You didn't have anything else, did you?
Yeah. I have 281 West Main Corp.
Oh, you're on that one? Okay.
Yep.
320, 281 West Main Corp. So I didn't have you down there.
What are you doing, applications now?
Everyone's. With me, standing by me is the principal of the applicant.
An
Elizabeth.
angry principal. I saw her emails. She wasn't happy.
And behind us is Lisa Pyro, the aunt and an assistant manager, along with Michael Kresher.
You don't need to get in, you don't need to get into everything that happened. I think I understand
Okay,
it.
yeah, I don't want to go there, I'll just go directly to what the method of operation is.
Yes.
I've given you,
None of that will be held against her, obviously. Yeah.
given you a detailed plan, I believe. This will be operated as a sports bar. There are 14 televisions. There's both cable and direct TV coming in, so that just about every kind of sporting event that exists will be able to be viewed at the premises. There is a menu which I provided to you as Exhibit B. This is operating as a tavern, not as a restaurant.
And what are the hours?
The hours will be during the week till 2, on Fridays and Saturdays till 4. The premises is already obtained as place of assembly.
Yeah, I'm good with it. So I'm going to vote to approve.
No previous affiliation with the previous owner, or whatever?
Other than a commonality of rep, that's all.
Okay.
On the initial.
Are you here in support or?
Yes,
They're-
this is-
they're the
this is
relatives.
Mr. Kresher, who's going to be an assistant manager there. He's in my filing with you. He's held a liquor license in the past himself, no adverse history. Both the applicant and Mr. Kresher have extensive experience in the tavern industry.
And I'm assuming you do know the history, just, I know you're not connected, but okay.
Oh, and and that obviously would be an issue, but she has extensive experience, so I'm not that concerned about it.
Once removed, I believe Smithtown Social, the prior licensee to this, surrendered its license without any adverse history at this location.
All right, so I'll approve.
I approve as well.
Good luck.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Mailer, you want to come back on 303?
The licensee is here. As he told me, he never received anything, then you commented that it was.
That's all, that's, somebody wrote that to me, so I'm not swearing it's true, I'm just telling you.
He's here to tell you that he's never received any notices, and all we'd like to do is, you can have the hearing tomorrow for all I care. I'm ready to go.
I bet.
There's like 2 other defaults I think you might want to check on this
There are
one.
other.
What's your address?
That's maybe why.
That's the problem.
I think, but I changed that when I asked.
You Marcus Andrews? We have 43 Wickatuck Drive, Sag Harbor.
Well, I filed with the authority. I just corrected it last week.
I'm seeing a number of cases that
Yeah.
same problems popping up. What may be the most efficient at this point is to just kick this back to counsel's office and ensure that if Mr. Mailer, will you be representing?
I'll represent him. I'll have a hearing
Can you
tomorrow.
just get in touch?
No,
with
but he has a
Alex?
number of other cases that he's going to be defaulted on.
You mean that are out in the pipeline?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you just get in touch with Alexandra?
Yeah, yes.
The
All
address
right, I'll
has been
send it back.
updated.
Okay, thank you.
His residential
Back to
address
council.
is in our system.
All right.
The new one is?
Yep.
Yeah. You have to send your new one in when you move. I know, but it was done after we already sent out 5 charges.
I see Mr. Palillo is here, so we're going to recall 340, Big Lee and Sasha's Inc.
Good morning. I apologize for my tardiness. Kind of early.
He threw you under the bus, too, by the way.
It's kind of early. Which one?
Your client.
All right. I thought it was down here for sure.
I thought you might have meant which bus.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a licensing matter. I think there's protest.
Are there?
I think.
Is anyone here in protest of this matter?
Well, I don't know if they're here, but I think
That's
that's
what I'm
why
just
I-
checking. For Big Lee and Sasha's Inc.?
Yes, we did get some resident protests.
A resident.
A resident, right? I actually have a letter that was just handed to me, literally, from a tenant who lives on the floor directly above the bar. On 41st Avenue, if I may, Mr. Secretary, can I hand
You may, if they let you may.
I don't know.
Yeah, can I actually have that? Yeah.
What? What'd you call me?
Oh, it's fine. Frank, if you don't have extras,
I like
okay.
that, Madam Secretary.
What I used to be.
Sounds very official.
Yes, you did. No recovery.
There is no recovery. I also have the,
So can you just explain to me what happened with the availing here?
sure. This is a scenario where these people were managing the premises. They weren't drawing profit, they weren't drawing salary, they were drawing salary, I apologize. They were managing the premises. They were having extensive conversations about purchasing the premises, and it never came to fruition. And they weren't availing in the meaning of the word availing, since they weren't profiting from the premises. I'm sorry, Lee is a former licensee. He's well aware of, who can and cannot operate a bar. They also have a interior funds. Interior funds. I know. Believe me, they know. You don't forget him. Have completion photos of the space, I can hand them out. We've put it together. Looks pretty good, actually. When the dump and when the restaurant. It was. Also took a look at the 311 complaints at the location based on Mr. Halpern's concerns, the resident who was opposed. These 311 complaints are like 10:30 in the morning, 6:30 in the evening. We weren't even open. I can pass up a copy of the 311 printout. The latest complaint, I think, is at 10:06 p.m. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. The latest was 9:52. I gotta get here earlier. The earliest was 9:52. The latest was 9:52 at night.
Did he put any soundproofing in?
Yes.
Okay. And you're good with all these stipulations you signed?
In fact, I wasn't at the community board meeting, but I understand the community board remarked that they had no complaints about the premise.
Okay. So why'd this end up here? Oh, because of the cancellation?
Well, yeah, it's canceled for the availing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll approve with all of the community board stipulations as part of the license. I believe there's 15 of them. We don't need to go over them. You have them, Jackie?
Yeah, I got them.
What about, just to give note here to the resident, Mr. Halpern's concerns, that the door was left open, music blasted late at night to early morning?
To follow that up, he says he complained numerous times to the city
Yeah.
about those complaints. There's not one complaint late at night.
Okay.
And
And there's also-
that's a stipulation, so if that is happening, they're
There's
going
also a
to pay
resident
for
here.
it.
I don't know if you have time, you have a busy room, but there's someone who lives in the neighborhood who wouldn't mind saying a thing or two about the
You
place.
can, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Richard Woolley, and I guess what I want to say is that I've had a relationship with them for almost 5 years, and I actually helped them do their business model, and I can attest to the fact that they want to make this a very trustworthy place, and I know very much that they have walked people home. As you can see, they're not going to put up with much BS from from drunks and things like that. Right.
Yeah, a
not-
bar without drunks, that would be a new one.
That doesn't happen in the East Village, so I take that back. But the music is it's not pounding hip hop. It's Johnny Cash. This is not the type of environment that is disruptive. In fact, I think it's quite the opposite of that.
It's not that big of a place either.
Oh, it's very small.
So, all right.
And it's type of place, Cordy, but where everybody knows everybody's name. And that's not necessarily the type of place where people have trouble. So,
This
I know.
resident lives at the corner of First Avenue and Ninth.
Right.
I think I should point that out.
Yeah.
All right.
And I've also done a lot of work with other businesses in the area. So I'm familiar as well with the different companies that are around there. and how they operate and what they expect from the companies around them.
All right, thank you. I'm willing to approve as well with those stipulations and concern that, make sure that door stays closed and that's not ever an issue. Bigley, you working here?
Good luck.
If you came up to me, I'd straighten up my act, let me tell you. I'd clean it right up, whatever you say.
All right, the next item is 406, ARC Consolidated, Inc.
Morning.
Go ahead.
I'm Patrick DeLuca. This is my client, Mr. Chadre. We initially filed this application with his son assisting in the finance, and his son is a police officer. We had an email from licensing that indicated that that was okay, but it's not, and we should have known that. We refiled.
You got an email from our licensing that it was okay?
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
It's
Can I show it to you?
passed. I'm
Okay.
not sure who answered it.
No,
so-
it's all right, I believe him.
It's an.
I didn't know if I
it's a
believe you,
mistake.
but
She made a
she's
mistake. Yeah.
confirming it.
We shouldn't have followed through, but it contradicted policy, but I know that things change. We refiled the application.
It didn't contradict, the email contradicted
Yeah, that's
policy,
what I
yeah.
mean. Email
It contradicted the law.
Yeah. But many years ago, I did file applications with police officers, and so I thought it could have changed back. Either way, we refiled without any financing from the police officer. The seller agreed to take a larger notes. We gave you copies of the notes, and Mr. Chadre's son is here, the police officer is here, if you wanted confirmation that he
No,
in fact
They've
didn't give him
secured
the money.
other financing.
Mhm. I'll vote to approve.
I'm sorry, I should have known.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next item is 325, 21st Century Spirits Corp.
Charles Lin for the applicant. With me is Jan Wong Park, sole principal of 21st Century Spirits Corp. There's a liquor store removal.
Is there anybody here in objection? Come on up.
How are you? Good morning. My name is Daniel Kreitzman. I'm a long-term neighborhood resident and business owner. I reside at 529 Court Street. My store is at 538 Court Street.
What's your store, Fat Cat?
Fat Cat Wines, yeah. Let's see, the proposed location of 21st Century Liquor Store is at 581 Clinton Street, which is approximately 157 feet from the Strong Place for Hope at 595 Clinton Street, and this is a universal pre-K. And it's also directly across the street from the Michio Community Center, which is an after-school program for school-aged children.
Do we know that? Well, Mr. Lynn will deal with it. Okay. And what's your objection?
Oh, that it's too close to the school. It's only 157 feet.
But it's not too close to you?
Well, I'm getting to that.
Oh, okay.
Also, I think there's going to be some parking issues because the former store was in a shopping plaza with a large parking lot. And being a large discount liquor store, there's going to be significant traffic and parking issues. The store sits on the corner of Clinton and Hamilton Avenue, which is right under the BQE, right off the on and off ramp of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel and the BQE. And the signs out front of the proposed location state no parking or standing at any time. And then lastly, my store, Fat Cat Wines and Spirits, which is approximately a block away, block and a half, I had a gross sales, annual sales of $664,421 in 2017, out of which approximately 27% were deliveries outside of the neighborhood.
How much did you have?
For 2017, which, according to my accountant, $664,421.
Okay.
But approximately 27% of that was deliveries outside of the neighborhood. So local sales of approximately $485,000, which is relatively a small number. So do I think the community needs another large wine and liquor store? I don't think so.
How far is he from you right now?
I don't know. About a block and a half. I mean, from the corner you can see it. From the corner of Court.
No,
and Ninth.
where he is right now, not
Oh,
where he's moving.
He's pretty far away. He's in the shopping plaza at ShopRite.
He's across the river, too.
From one place to the other, but I'm wondering, is
No way. I can see it. It's just down the block. I mean, I have a map here. And also I have a map of where Strong Place Daycare is, Strong Pre-K, and where his proposed store is. If you'd like to see that.
see, that, I'm assuming that we've looked at that, and pre-K doesn't, it doesn't fit into the 200-foot.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, so there's,
Oh,
I see
okay. I
another
wasn't sure if that was how you classified that.
well, it's not us, it's a statute.
And then the community center across the street, and that's directly across the street.
All right, thank you.
So what I'm going to address is the public convenience and advantage issue. Applicant has been serving this community for over 17 years, since 2001, with no adverse license history and impeccable record. I've annexed that information as Exhibit 1. He is moving closer to all the 4 closest stores.
So the 4 closest aren't changing, he's just going to be closer to them, is that what you're saying?
Correct, he's going to be closer to them, that's
And he's
correct.
also going to be double the size?
The prior, no, he's going to be 1,000 square foot less in retail sales space. His current location now, he has 7,000 square feet, 4,000 square feet of retail, 3,000 square feet of inventory storage. He'll be going to a space that is 6,000 square feet, but unlike the other place, he has a ground floor that'll be all storage, 3,000 square feet. So his retail upstairs will be 3,000 square feet. So he's actually reducing his amount of retail space by 1,000 square feet.
Whoa.
His current,
His current location is 2,600 square feet, including the basement.
7,000, it's an enormous place. Yeah, 3,000 each up and down.
Oh, so his current location is 6,000 square feet?
I thought it was 7, I
But
apologize.
6,000,
Yeah.
so it's about the same size?
Same size, yes.
Oh, see, we have a different, or might, okay. And the 4 closest are the same, but you're saying they're just closer?
They end up to be closer, and it's an interesting demographics in that area. You have the Gowanus Expressway, which is an overhead, and you have the Hamilton Avenue, 4 lanes. So it's really almost, in essence, 8 lanes of highway and expressway traffic, which separates Carroll Gardens, which is Court Street on one side, and Red Hook, which is now, he'll be part of Red Hook. He was in Carroll Gardens, now he's moving over to Red Hook. And like I say, because of the demarcation, he really is not going to really affect the 2 Court Street stores, plus the other street, well, that is in Carroll Gardens, is like 3/4 of a mile away. The sales figures for all 4 stores show that all 4 stores have increasing sales. Matter of fact, what's interesting is the one that's on Red Hook, the only one store on the Red Hook side, has enormously increasing sales, almost like 500% over a 4-year period.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
The population had been slightly up, as in my Exhibit 4, from 2000 to 2010 census, it was 1.1% increase. 2010 to 2016, about 2%. So it's marginal. It's no great increase.
And you're saying that the closest store right now is about 2,500 feet away, and it's going to be about 750 feet away?
That's correct. And what I did was I had my gentleman take the distances for walking because of the Gowanus Expressway and Hamilton Avenue. Access to these stores, you can't go as the eagle flies. So Fat Cat, with the gentleman here, we
So
measured
it's 555
780 feet from
But
applicant.
780 feet
Yeah,
to
correct,
walk. Okay.
correct. And the reason for the removal was the bankruptcy of Pathmark in his current place, and all the stores had to sign judgments of eviction, and he has a marshal's notice that's being stayed until he's able to get out.
And what about the parking situation that was mentioned?
The building is a corner building, so that the gentleman was correct up front, there is no parking, but it's also parallel to to a entire road which has two-side parking. In addition to that, the building itself, on the side that the store will be on, has parking for about 5 or 6 cars in the back. But it is true on the front part, there is no parking, but again, on the side, because it's in the corner, there's sufficient parking. And it's in the Red Hood section. Court Street is unbelievable. You can't even move on that street. So there's much more parking that's accessible than the Court Street stores.
Okay. You have any?
To get to where he is moving to, from where he is right now, you have to go across as a 9th Street. Is it a bridge or something like that? It goes over, looks like it goes over water to me. Am I looking at that?
How do you get from your store to Clinton Street?
Take 9th Street?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, you have to get onto the BQE, get off, and then make a turn to get back on. But it was 12th Street stop, so he is in a shop. The reason why it's difficult because he's in a shopping mall. That in order to just get out of that location, you got to take all sorts of turns to get back onto the Gowanus. So you got to get back on. It's actually Hamilton Avenue, and then you go down to his street. A lot of one-ways, a lot of traffic on the Gowanus, so that in this instance, as the eagle flies, really is not a true way to perceive it.
Right.
But he's been there for 17 years and forced out in a non-adverse license history. All the sales of the stores have gone up.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions, Chairman?
Nope.
We did just license someone there, one of the closest ones, but it is the absolute.
That was a removal, I believe, on Smith Street.
Yeah, but that is the absolute furthest away.
Yeah, and it was a removal of the same licensee. In other words, they were prior licensed.
Yeah, and they only moved about a couple hundred feet.
Correct, couple hundred feet.
Right, okay, all right. And it does look like all the licenses in the area are four closest are holding their own. So I'm going to vote to approve the move.
I'm going to vote to approve the move as well. The 4 closest are remaining the same. They're all showing increasing sales. He is going to be closer to all the 4 closest, but your customers are your customers at this point. And the existence of the daycare center within 200 feet, unfortunately, or fortunately for you, is not a bar for us putting a store there. So I'll vote to approve. Good luck.
Next item, 408, Waterfall Caterer Corp.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me of Waterfall Caterer Corp. is the sole principal, Ali Teffy. This is a application for a new catering license. I see the memorandum from the Licensing Bureau queries as to the issue that we're supposed to address, which is this a bona fide catering establishment? It states on the memorandum, applicant principal will not hire any does not have a kitchen, will not hire any food concessionaires or food preparation area, and it even repeats that it does not have a food preparation area. That happens to be untrue, and I'm quite surprised because it was specifically stated in the application.
Well, I think what they're pointing out, which I think you pointed out as well, there's no intention on his part of doing anything but buying the food from somebody else and bringing it in, correct?
No, I did not. That's a misstatement of my presentation as to what I had stated. If I can, it'll take 2 minutes to
Here,
give
go
you
ahead.
an exact operation of the premises. I do have, just so we don't have to scour the record.
Was that your understanding?
Yeah, it was my understanding, and the food prep area was nothing more than buffet tables.
All right.
No, it is buffet tables, but buffet tables have to be, there's preparation to it. Let me go through the operation. There's a large food prep area at the rear of the premises with a buffet table. A picture has been filed, which I gave to you, to the authority, as well as an interior diagram showing its location. Applicant has a full menu, which also is provided to the authority, which I've also presented. The premises has a capacity of 225, with the majority of events having 125 to 130 people. How could the guests be fed without a food prep area and a dining agenda? The dining agenda is a buffet-style dinner. Food is delivered to the premises between 6 and 7.
By who, though?
By a third party, the people that they buy the food
See, that's,
from.
and I think we're evolving here as far as what
Yeah,
the policy
slowly.
has been.
Well, can I
But we
just-
haven't evolved that far,
Well,
to the
can I just
extent that you
finish?
can just,
All right, can I just
Yeah.
finish it? The food is delivered to the premises between 6 and 7 p.m. of the night event. The banquet event runs from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Dinner is readied and arranged by the staff by 3 waitresses and the manager. Dinner is held from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. The 3 waitresses remain at the back of the buffet table for the entire 1-hour period to help the guests with the food service. The facility has its own Sterno cooking fuel specifically for heating of their food and its own chafing trays. The buffet menu has a wide variety of food, including rotisserie chicken, pepper steak, meatballs, southern fried chicken, baked ziti with assorted potatoes, rice, vegetables, and salad. The waitstaff transfers the trays to the buffet area, which is the food prep area, upon its delivery, where it's kept warm using the Sterno warming fuel. Dinner rolls are also set out by the waitstaff for the event. As to beverages, the soda guns at the bar counter have 4 types of sodas and 2 fruit juices. Bottles of water are refrigerated at the bar area, which refrigeration is within the bar itself. At 10 p.m., dinner is over, the staff cleans up, and the banquet function begins. This facility provides food for consumption, for an assemblage, for participation in private functions. It has an accommodation to provide food and service for not less than 50 people at any one function, and therefore its application should be approved by for a liquor catering license because it's pursuant to the statute, where we are providing food in a prep area for the people, totally under our control.
The picture you just showed, to me, looks like a buffet line, doesn't look like a kitchen area.
No, it's not, and I'm not saying it is a kitchen there.
no, and we're not saying you're required to have a kitchen, but I think what he's saying is, and I agree with him, all it looks like you've done is cordoned off a part of the room and put Sterno heaters there. That's not a food prep area either, in my view. Now, we have evolved our view of this based on the way people are now doing business very recently. And one of the things we have started to allow is situations where the caterer enters into a concessionaire agreement with a particular vendor of the food.
And I found that curious, too. Is there a reason why your client does not want to do that?
No, because I thought that this was appropriate. And in the memorandum, it says they did not have a kitchen, They did not have concessionaires, and they did not have a food prep area. And I'm just going towards the statute. When I look at the ABC law, there's two provisions in there. One is catering establishment, which has a definition, allows providers of food for banquet halls, dining halls, etc., to provide liquor, wine, and beer for consumption for an assemblage for a particular function in which general public is not admitted. That's exactly what we do. And then it goes on the definition, and then the definition sections of the ABC law, which is section 7A, defines catering establishment, means and includes any premises owned or operated by any person, firm, association, or which regularly and in a bona fide manner furnishes for hire therein one or more ballrooms, banquet areas, etc., for occasion, or which furnishes provisions and service and or which furnishes provisions and service for consumption or use at such function, occasion, or event, period. Such premises must have suitable and adequate facilities and accommodations to provide food and service for not less than 50 persons. Where are we not doing exactly what the statute says?
And there is a level of interpretation that I have to do as to what premises must have suitable and adequate facilities means. And I'm telling you, based on what I looked at, that that's not adequate. But what I have said, and like I said, we're evolving, is that if there's an agreement with a concessionaire to provide that food, then you're not, the definition of what would be adequate would be less because the food's being brought in. The reason we like the agreement is because it guarantees that there is somebody that is aligned with this place that's always going to be providing the food. And you don't only have to have one, you can have 5.
And I agree with you, Chairman, wholly, except that the other side of the coin, what is the difference if the concessionaire, Charles Lynn, comes into the premises, sets up the hot trays, and has 3 of my people there as the people who take care of
Because the risk of them not bringing any food in is less to me, because he has an agreement
They have
that...
a contractual obligation with the customer. They have 120, 150 people there to provide food, and I gave you a menu. They are providing the exact...
And it may not be that this place is a risk, but the minute I start doing that, it's a slippery slope, as you know. The minute I start doing that and say, all you got to do is put up 3 tables and put some sternos on it, and now you're a catering facility, we're going down a road that we can't control.
And what would happen if your 150 people come in and you were to do that under that slippery slope? There wouldn't be a catering facility. This is a low-income area. He actually
But what's the problem with the concessionaire agreement? I don't understand.
I don't understand that either.
Because why should...
He's buying the food from somebody else already.
And he's selling it to the customer and making a profit on it.
Well, then you make the agreement so you still make the profit.
And why should he have to have other people who he really doesn't know?
Because he doesn't have a food prep area in there. That's why. He's not fitting within the bounds of that statute based on what you just showed me.
So if I went down, on a reconsideration...
If you come in with a concessionaire agreement, I don't think we have an issue with this.
No. The other alternative is that sets up a modest kitchen in the basement, and then he himself brings up the food into the prep area. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not telling you it makes sense. I didn't write the laws.
But that
And the laws are 100 years old or close.
But if he had what's required for a kitchen, and he had...
You don't need a kitchen. You need a prep area, which is significantly less than a kitchen. But all you have is sterno flames. There's nowhere to cut anything. There's nowhere to, it's basically like he said, you put up some banquet tables.
Refrigeration,
You don't have any refrigeration. You don't, it's not within my view of what a catering facility is. And just because you can keep the food warm, I don't have any level of comfort.
I think we can sit here and pontificate all day, but Mr. Lynn, I think what we're saying is there's no bright line rule here, but where you are with this is not where you need to be. I would consider this non-bona fide.
And we have moved closer in the last several months to try to accommodate these catering facilities so that they can do something like this, but there has to be something permanent in place.
see the difference. I mean, three of them, they all, I mean, sorry, I have three waitresses all the time. And this is not like, new catering hall. The catering hall has been in the neighborhood for,
Look, I don't know that the agreement requires you to bring in the other guy's waitresses.
see, because the way how we do it, we just do let's say a contract with the client. And
No, I get it, but and council's right, we're going around in circles. It's not getting approved the way it is. If you want to come back and figure out a way to do it with a concessionaire agreement or set something up in the basement, then come back. But right now, this isn't enough.
What we're saying is we're just not going to open this Pandora's box
I
right now.
understand.
That's all.
Yes.
So I'm denying.
I'm going to deny as well.
Next item is 301, Armazam Inc.
Good morning, Joseph Levy
Good morning.
here. On behalf of Armazam Inc., I have with me the sole principal on the application. What's before you is a request for reconsideration. This is an application for a retail wine and liquor store that was heard before this board in July.
So are you willing to, I voted yes on this, so I'm obviously willing to reconsider. Are you willing?
Yeah, I'm willing to
Okay, so then why don't we just let them talk?
Okay, sure.
Charles Len for the two stores that I'm representing in protest, 2704 S&A Wines and Liquors and 42-14 Crescent Street, Long Island City. The fourth store, Long Island City Wines and Liquors at 44-80 21st Street, had its license approved less than 3 months prior to the applicant's first appearance before the full board. That fact has not changed. That licensee still has yet to operate in this neighborhood for more than 10 months. And just as Commissioner Ford stated, has been the opinion of the board many times, the store should have the opportunity to operate for some reasonable period before another store in the same area is licensed. Commissioner Ford also was constrained in that a preschool is going into the same building as applicant, and now that preschool has opened in September of 2017. The second floor has been converted into classrooms. This is a new 180-seat pre-kindergarten center within the same building as a liquor store. This also did not change from the July 2017 presentation. The saying, truism goes, perception is everything. It doesn't matter which side of the building the liquor store is. It houses 186 pre-kindergarten center. Which side of the building is really irrelevant. As a matter of fact, the full quote is, reality is irrelevant, perception is everything. What kind of optics is brought to the families of the neighborhood when a liquor store in the same building as an 180-seat pre-kindergarten is in the building? Since that time, we have gotten letters from two civil associations, educational associations in the area, and 3 letters from councilmen in the area. I think they came in late. I'm not sure because they got to me pretty late after Friday. So I made a copy of those, which I like to bring up.
I don't think we have.
We have one from the Gantry Parent Association in a protest. We have a letter from Court Square Civic Association, which they also give their.
Yeah, you can bring them up.
Yeah, I don't think we don't have any of those.
Okay. Jimmy Van Bammer, who's the councilman for the city of New York, and Assemblywoman Catherine Nolan, and New York State Senator Michael Gianaris. What is very interesting in those letters is that Apparently, it's not going to be just a facility for pre-kindergarten. They're going to extend this for 3 kindergarten classes themselves. And also, one of the major concerns, they call it as an incubator school, but these are charter schools. They're concerned about having this type of atmosphere with a charter school, which is expanding. It's in the letters telling the board with regards to how they're looking to expand, because it is going to be an experimental school that supplements a drastic limitation on school education facilities in Long Island City. And it's part of Mayor de Blasio's charter school push for more charter schools in the area. So these are 2 school associations which are greatly concerned about the to have a liquor store in this kind of facility, and one that is growing with more students hopefully down the road, and as well the 3 politicians that have also been involved.
Counselor, pre-K in and of itself is not grounds to deny, is that correct?
No, but it does have a...
But-
Have an influence on your decision.
Right, but a kindergarten would be. Correct.
Even then, though, Commissioner, it's not exclusively used. It's a mixed use. So even if it was, say, first grade or second grade, the consideration is the feeling amongst the community as to whether this is appropriate. To me, it appears it's a question of public convenience and advantage. I'd just like to point out 2 other things that I think are matters for consideration. I do have here Megan Kovach, who is the manager for Court Liquors. She's here, and I just wanted to give you a statement because I was unaware of this. She says, in my 6 years of working at Court Liquors, I've seen all walks of life come through these doors. It is obvious that we get clientele from the Borden Avenue Veterans Residence, a homeless shelter for veterans, 21-10 Borden Avenue, and the men's homeless shelter, 400 McGinnis Boulevard, Brooklyn, a short walk just across the Pulaski Bridge. We have had to handle situations with these people in various ways, as many of them are inebriated, filthy, mentally ill, etc. It's one thing for my adult staff to have to deal with these people, but it's a disturbing thought to allow these type of folks in the same building as young children. Also, Q100 bus to and from Rikers Island lets off on the same block as this location. We get recently released inmates either looking for work and or purchasing alcohol from time to time. It's a very unsettling thought to think of children being in the same location as the liquor store. And the only last statement I have is that when the board did entertain the reconsideration, that I do have the letter for counsel's office that says that to this point, we wanted to bring it to your attention that Armisen was engaged in lease negotiations prior to the preschool. Additionally, we are expecting to receive a letter from the same preschool shortly, which indicates that they understood a liquor store would be going into the other side of the building, and they do not have an issue with this. If there is no letter, then there was an issue with regards to this. I don't know whether they do have that letter or they don't.
Well, I don't know that you can make that jump.
Inference. I just said an inference. I didn't make a jump.
That's a pretty big jump.
Pretty big
Because
inference.
Otherwise, I would assume every letter I don't get from someone was an
But
objection.
one of the reasons for the reconsideration, though, I didn't put it out there.
Well, I voted to reconsider because I voted for it. I mean, the reason for his, I can't tell you. Did you see these, Mr. Levy, the letters? Do you want to?
Oh, I didn't see this one either.
I apologize, I left out omitted one other item. I don't think the sign is up there anymore with regards to the application. It was July of 2017 that the application was put in. Again, the manager of a liquor store went around to look to see if that poster was still up, and I don't. And it wasn't, at least she told me it wasn't. That would be another reason to have some concern, because the public, with all of this sentiment towards the school being in this building, a lot of people didn't know about it, and therefore they didn't have an opportunity before. And as our reach out with regards to it just in the last 10 days, because I didn't know it was on the board calendar until today. So that has to be some sort of consideration, because that sign has to be posted in a conspicuous place for the entire process in the application.
And I'm, based on the fact that he's representing them, I'm going to make a jump. That sign was up.
Oh, no, I have a copy of it. That sign was
So
up.
it was up for a period of time, and the only people that showed up the first time this was on was,
And the school was not open.
right, but was your clients. No one from the public came, and we didn't get any letters from the public.
that's
So,
correct.
okay.
Okay, would you like these back? These elected
Yeah, they have to go on the file, yeah.
So my intention was not to come here today and give you my whole presentation again about why she's a good applicant, why this store makes sense, and why this neighborhood is exploding and we need another store, because I think we were all in agreement with those facts in July when I was here originally.
Bless you.
When the final votes came in, Chairman, you voted to approve based on the growth in the neighborhood, her fitness as an applicant, and the type of store she was looking to open. And Commissioner Ford, you were uncomfortable with this because of the existence of the pre-K in the same building. And I don't find it so strange that elected officials and civic associations would write letters opposing a liquor store that is framed to be in the same building as a pre-K. And I think anyone, who gets that very specific set of facts would write that form letter the same way. Of course, parents of children who go to that pre-K would say, oh my God, there's going to be a liquor in the pre-K. That is so crazy. It's right next door. That's insane. What I'd like to submit is an accurate rendering of how things are currently. Remember, it's been 7 months since we've been here. There's been construction. Things have changed. Tenants have come into the space.
Has it not been like that?
And this is the most accurate rendering to date of exactly where the pre-K is and where the liquor store is. So as you can see, this is not a scenario where the door to the liquor store is right next door to the pre-K. This is a massive, massive building. This is not a small brownstone building with doors adjacent to one another. So while I do appreciate the concern for having a liquor store right next door to a school, I thought this visual made a lot of sense in terms of perhaps getting you comfortable with the fact that this is not right next door. There are many retail spaces in between. And as it's been mentioned—
Are any of these places licensed? Like Perk Cafe, does that have a wine license?
No.
And
Not that I'm aware.
And Green Foods, they're not selling beer?
Maybe they will in the future.
I'm not aware.
Right, okay.
We don't know that for sure.
Right, was it?
And did you measure the distance between pre-K door and,
It's more or less.
Oh, I got two. It's the same.
but how much?
100.
Okay.
So in the request for reconsideration that I submitted as soon as we received the formal denial, I said that we were going to secure a letter from the landlord indicating we were engaged on this project before the pre-K was. And after speaking to my clients who spoke to some officials at the school, that we'd get a letter in support from the school. Turns out, the school didn't want to get involved here in terms of writing a letter in support. I could understand why. Chairman, I appreciate your point that it's sort of a jump to say they didn't write one, they must be opposed to it. When they had a conversation, they said they knew about it and they were fine. When they went back and asked for a letter, they said they wouldn't write a letter. We do have a letter from the landlord.
Which I also can understand.
Sure.
They didn't write a letter of objection either, though?
No, they didn't.
All right.
We do have a letter from the landlord just indicating that we actually were engaged on this space before the pre-K was. So I think that's important also because, when we look for locations for liquor stores, you try to find a good space, a space that works, a location that works. You check public transportation, needs of the neighborhood, things like that. And if someone comes in to rent after you're already engaged, that's sort of out of your control. Additionally, what I'd like to present is we have about 15 letters of support from residents of the neighborhood for what it's worth. I typically don't do the resident letters of support, but in this instance, people came to my file and said, hey, I'm happy to support you, so we took them up.
What's, I see this building, what's on the second and third and fourth, is the pre-K on the second floor?
Second floor.
And then the third and fourth floor,
The third floor, it is.
Residence?
Learning center. And the fourth floor is an MTA building. I can give it to you.
Yeah, we have a stack of the building.
That's an MTA office? Okay.
So again, we didn't come here to rehash all of the factors of what made this.
You trying to get
store-
on camera? What are you doing?
I'm just saying the entrance also is part of, the entrance lobby area is also part of the pre-K.
Okay. Thanks.
Of course it is, but again, as Mr. Lynn so eloquently pointed out in an earlier case of his, daycares, pre-Ks, these are not 200-foot rule issues. As you pointed out, this is also a multi-use building, so even if it was a full-blown school, you know, as far as the
Right.
statute's concerned, it doesn't matter. As far as Commissioner Ford's feeling of being uncomfortable that it's right next door, that is really the basis of our reconsideration and why we're here. So we're hoping that with the visual of how it looks currently, plus the fact that, you know, showing that we were engaged before the pre-K was here. And the third factor here is, and this was sort of mentioned in passing, not a significant reason why the denial or the vote no from Commissioner Ford came earlier, was there was another store in the neighborhood that was just given a license 3 months prior, and they wanted an opportunity to actually get on their feet, which I appreciate. It's been 7 months since then, so now it's been 10 months. And from what we've learned from the contractor and from the landlord, it's going to be probably about another 6 months before the space is going to be ready for us. So now we're talking about a year and a half, as opposed to 3 months, which I think is a different story altogether. So those are the bases, or the bases, I should say, for our
Can you
request.
just
for
go over
reconsideration.
what her business model is?
Sure.
I mean, she's not selling nips and things like that,
No,
correct?
she's not. We're planning here for this to be a rather unique store to the neighborhood, more of a boutique style of store, focusing more on the niche products, regular tastings, delivery to the neighborhood with no restrictions. She is trilingual. She's going to make sure that her store is an open floor plan to be friendly to people in wheelchairs, people with strollers, and also people who speak different languages, of which there are quite a few in this neighborhood. They're going to feature a lot of South American products specifically, in addition to New York products. She spent the last 14 years living in this neighborhood, working in a wine store, for which spurred this idea of her wanting to go out on her own and do
How
her
far
own.
is that? That's her husband's store?
Her husband's store.
How far is it?
It's kind of far. It's on Ditmars Boulevard, and this is on the other side of the store.
So this would be the smallest of the 4 closest stores. It would be a woman-owned business, a minority-owned business, 80% focus on wines, 20% on spirits. There are tons of subways here, tons of bus stations here. The closest store on Jackson Avenue, if you look at the map, has its own subway station and bus stop, which is indicative of the fact that, yeah, it's quite a ways to go from one to the other. So again, this is an open floor plan, not a bulletproof store, from someone who has spent a lot of time in this neighborhood, in this industry, and you know, she's trying to do a good thing here. And again, I think after reviewing the video from 7 months ago, I think we were all in agreement that she's a very fit applicant. The store idea is right, but it was just the school issue that caused a little discomfort, and hopefully the materials we've submitted can help to.
And just about the store, I just want to point that there is a lobby, but they're different entrance. So there's no way the kids are staying in that little lobby. They're going up. There's a private elevator, and there's no connection between the first floor to the second floor.
No, and I mean, I get the concern, but I also can tell that this store isn't going to be the type of store that they're going to be concerned about. So, and it is a distance. So I'm going to vote again to approve. I just don't see, you know, that it's a new building. There is a distance between the two doors, and as we all know, the pre-K does not.
Chair, I apologize for interrupting, but Ms. Mitchell Hauser, one of the principals of Court Street Liquor, if you can comment with regards to the type of operation, which is almost parallel to this operation.
He can, but I'm sure that I was more concerned about hearing that this wasn't going to be bulletproof and.
All right, well, maybe he'll be a little persuasive with you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mitchell Hauser. I'm the owner of Court Square Wine and Spirits.
What is it?
Court Square Wine and Spirits. I'm actually a little bit surprised that the applicant has continued to pursue this location. They were rejected originally because it was a location for a pre-K with an intention to build more schools in the same building. Previously, the school had not yet opened, and now it actually exists. So my opinion is the applicant is hoping to slide through the cracks.
You were going to talk about your business model. We already heard all this.
Can I?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't want to rehash what we just
You don't
went
mind,
through.
but give me just a few minutes, please. Okay, so I also want to talk about the validity of the application and the quality of the person who's making this application, because in my opinion, they're saying things that are completely not true. I've actually talked, I live in the neighborhood. I have a 2-year-old who will go to this school. I'm on the board of the Long Island City YMCA. I'm involved in Long Island City Partnership. I'm involved in a lot of associations in the neighborhood, and it wasn't difficult to get people to get behind the idea of not having a liquor store in this location. And the fact that they said that the school is not opposed to it is, frankly, a complete lie.
Well, see, this is a road I'm not going down.
all right,
They're
I won't
not
go there.
here. We don't have a letter from them.
Okay, I
So
won't
the
go there.
fact that you're going to tell me that means very little
Okay,
to me.
so it's hearsay from me. I can tell you that has been provided. to me.
Particularly since you own the closest store.
I
So-
agree. I admit that I am biased. I am clearly
And
biased.
they have a letter of intention to go there before the school went there too.
That's questionable. The city schools are probably built way in advance. It's probably years in advance of planning. Anyway, there's a letter from the city councilman, from our state senator, Janaris, also from our assemblywoman, the Court Square Civic Association, and also the Gantry Parent Association. And actually, I was able to call one of them, and they took care. I called just the Gantry Parent Association, and they got all the other associations involved in that, and the politicians. So I also want to point out, business in this location is down. It takes years and years, actually, for these buildings that are being built in Long Island City to be completed, and I can show you the numbers on that. We are actually down from last year. Customer count is down significantly, and actual revenue is down also between 1% and, I think, 9%, depending on the month.
So that would be the first time in 4 years that you have declined, because you have gone up significantly since 2013.
That's right. We work really hard to improve our business. So this store obviously is going to affect that again. I am biased, but I think the number one issue here is clearly the school. As a parent there, I'm a little surprised that it would be considered, particularly there's going to be a kindergarten in the same building. Which
Because
would
the
be-
law does not require us,
I understand that. But,
and the
you know,
fact
there's
that
a lot of
the fact that they're speculating that they're going to put a school there, Lord knows how many years from now, is not really something I'm considering either.
Right.
Because there's nothing here that says that that's going to happen.
Well, I think it was Van Bramer who talked about, that's our councilman.
But once again, that's not the Department of Education. That's not, there's nothing in that's been presented to me that would indicate that those plans are in concrete. And even if they were, I don't know whether I would consider it or not.
Well, I mean, I guess you're right about that. I think it's the optics of having a liquor store in the same building, and I think it's a poor representation of what the city is trying to do, the state is trying to do to protect young children from these kinds of influences.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can I have a comment from the manager for S&A Liquor, which is the closest?
Are you
store?
representing all these people?
Two.
Well, that's why you're here, to tell us what they want to say. Now you want to say what you want to say and then bring them all up too, and that's a lot of time.
Yeah, we're going to be here
So,
all
but
day.
go ahead, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Ewa Wojakowska, and I would like to just take 1 minute of your time. I didn't prepare the speech before, but I just would like to tell you that we moved the store from one location to another, 2 blocks from one to another one, for the bigger location, which means we already carry like over 2,000 different type of the wines and the liquors together. We have a huge selection of the New York State wine, so we try our best. What I try to say that our sales, which except that's supposed to be higher, it's not, higher too much how it's supposed to be. So in my personal opinion, I don't understand why another liquor store is supposed to be open in like a neighborhood, which the whole neighborhood missing different, kind of businesses will be much more helpful for the residents than like the 4 liquor store around.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
if you want to hear anything else from me, I'm happy to give it to you. Again, I don't want to go back through all this stuff. I'm not gonna tell you about all the sales being up. The only thing I'll say is that anything that's been presented to you today in opposition of this was presented to you 7 months ago.
Yeah, my vote remains the same. I'm voting to approve it.
Yeah, the letters of opposition from the Assemblywoman Nolan and New York Council Majority Leader Van Bramer and New York State Senator Michael Gianaris were not in the
That's
mix.
correct. They were not.
So, and although, I see that you do have, you provided a letter showing that your negotiations for it started before the school went in. I give you that, but I'm still going to vote to deny based on opposition here from local political leaders. I'm just going to go with their word and continue.
Again, it's kind of how you frame it, right? So if a politician is called and they say there's a liquor store opening up next to a school in the same building, can you oppose it?Ure.
I
But they
can't
probably
assume
didn't
that they didn't look into it and all they did was take a phone call.
Explain to them how the store would look like. The store would not be a bulletproof store, and it would be a friendly store, And
You definitely were ambushed by the letters. I will not deny that, because we did not get them until just now. Right.
Yep.
But that's.
Okay.
So
All
I'm
set?
still going to vote to deny. Sorry.
Next item is 374, Third Avenue Wine and Liquor Corp.
Good afternoon. Robert Swednick. I'm with James Wu, who's the applicant. It's for a retail liquor store. All the closest liquor stores are more than 1,600 feet away. The most recent one has a license for about 2 years.
Is there anyone here to object to this?
This is 374.
Yes. No, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's going to be located in the building that Mr. Wu also owns. He and his wife are going to be the operators of the store. The third closest store reports sales of over $11 million a year. Second closest went from $430,000 its first year to $602,000 its second year. So I believe there is a healthy market in the area for liquor sales. I believe because Mr. Wu owns.
Oh, that's two different. One period of time is May 2016 to December 2016, and the next period of time is the full year. So it actually probably went down.
I just have what I.
Because it was, well, the license was issued in May of 2016.
Okay.
So the 2016 number is only a little over half a year. The 2017 number is the full year. Correct, Chris? Yeah, it's from 1/1 to 12.
Well, it's December 6th, it says.
Yeah,
You
so-
don't have the Christmas season.
No, well, Christmas now kind of starts at Thanksgiving, doesn't it? But I get what you're saying.
Now and again, so there is obviously the market in the area. It is going to be owned and operated. It's going to be an open liquor store, operated in a building that this.
Do you know who else is, are any of these bulletproof?
Are any of the other stores around you bulletproof? No.
And this location was formally licensed to 2012? Is that what I'm reading here? Was premises previously licensed, yes.
Okay.
March of 2012.
Before he owned the building, so.
Right, yeah, so. I will vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. The sales, we did just open one in, the second closest we opened in May of 2016, as we pointed out, but the sales of the closest store have gone up, and the other sales of the other three closest seem to be consistent. And the closest store is 0.4 miles away in a walking neighborhood, which is a pretty good distance.
Thank you.
So I'll vote to approve.
Thank you. Can we take 5 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. We all set, Jonathan? Yeah, we're good. All right, we're back on the record with item 377.
Good afternoon, Robert Swetnick. With me is Mr. Sujak, who's the principal. This is for an OP. It's a very, very tiny establishment, seats about 20. Mr. Sujak has a very successful restaurant around the corner from it. What's happened in the area where he is in the Bronx is, I don't want to call it gentrification, but all the also small places where people could sit and talk for a long time have been forced out for real estate. Basically, his father and several others were coming into his restaurant then because the place that they used to go to closed, and they would sit for hours and basically talk and take up tables. Mr. Sujak saw that there was a need to, I'll say, accommodate these people. He's looking for a place. He found a place with very, very low rent. It's $1,200 a month, which he refurbished. It is not, he expects to be a moneymaker, but basically a place just to accommodate people such as his father who live in the area, who want a place to sit, talk, have a light meal. He's providing the food from his restaurant, which will be there. If they ever need any additional food, he can bring it right around the corner, but he's going to have a light menu, which we provided, which is there. The only issue with this is he's got one bathroom, but it was apparently a previously licensed establishment with one bathroom, and again, it has at the maximum 20 people, and he expects generally there'll be less.
Has he met with the police department?
We met with the police department.
Because they're against this.
Well, they were, I don't know if they were against it. What happened is yesterday evening, we were asked to send them a statement of the operation and the floor plan, which we did. So I don't know when they advised that they were against it. Met with the community.
Well, I
board.
mean, they've met with the community board, and they stated to the community board that this was a troublesome location.
Well, yeah, previously, I believe it was.
Have you guys been to the community board?
The community board didn't want to meet. We notified the community planning board. They didn't have an issue, but they said that the police had an issue because of the prior
What do you mean they didn't want, well, they're telling us that you didn't meet. You came and offered to meet with them, and they said no?
They didn't request a meeting. They said, I even spoke with them, and they said that the issue was the police. And that was because of the prior operation at that location, which had to be years
Is this
ago.
place going to be open to the public?
Yes,
But it's only like, what, 20?
only 20, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what based on what went on there before, and I realize he didn't have anything to do with that, the police believe this is just going to be a social club where they're going to gamble.
There won't be.
I think that's what it was
I
before.
there won't be any gambling like that, I can assure you of. And it's again, it's almost, I don't want to call it a senior citizen's place, but it's a place,
Well, they gamble too.
well, it's not meant to.
I got a grandmother that loves to pull that handle.
We'll give her the address. All right, we don't have any handles. And obviously, if there is that kind of a thing, the police will be there immediately. But it's basically just a place for people to have where they're not going to keep getting thrown out of the local restaurants.
And he's going to run this?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to have 2 employees. It's literally around the corner. There's a small menu, and if need be, he can be there in an instant. But he's going to be running it. He's
Can
responsible.
we let this with the food?
I didn't see, sorry.
Well, the food is coming from the restaurant.
Yeah, but there's refrigeration there, and the
Yeah.
food is coming from the restaurant on a regular, it's prepared at the restaurant. It'll be there. If someone orders it, they take it out of the refrigerator and serve it.
And where do you live? Because I see you have a Roscoe address. That's got to be 2 hours away.
Well, he's got an apartment in the city, too.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see, okay. You live in the Bronx? Okay.
So, this place for your dad to go to? You said, seems like the kind of place for the,
We renovated. We made it from nothing.
seems like the kind of place for the fellas to get together, get out of their wives' hair, and tell big fish stories. Is that what you're saying?
Honestly, I think part of it is that they started congregating in his restaurant, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, so he's not doing it for his dad, he's doing it to get rid of his dad.
Right, exactly, that's what I'm saying.
And his buddies, yeah.
To get them out of the restaurant because it was a little difficult to try to push them out the door when, they were staying for hours talking over, a glass of coffee or something.
And not buying anything.
So what are the hours?
12 to 12, 12 to 2.
I think it's going to be when they leave, you know, I mean, it's not going to be open till 4. It may be open till midnight, or really, I think in the summer, it may stay open later because it stays light later and people will be out, but if he doesn't have business, he's going to lock the door.
I get that, but I'm not going to keep it open. I'm not going to keep something open for senior citizens till 4 because there's no reason to.
4, so he's thinking 12, 2. If they're gone by 12, he's happy to lock the door. Again, he's not looking that he's going to, quote, turn the tables and make.
I know what you're saying, but we have seen these things morph into something else, so.
Never be later than 2. Probably it'll be more like midnight most of the time.
Yeah, I know there's some little police objection here about the gambling. I don't think that's what your intention is, to allow that. Community board objection seems to me it was based on the fact that maybe they didn't want to meet you because the police department was objecting to it for the aforementioned reasons. But you only have like 20 people.
It's the maximum that could be.
Yeah, you have no adverse history. I don't have a problem with this. I think the hours should be like, say, you're going to be open 7 days a week? 7 days. All right. So like, say, midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and I'll give you 1 o'clock on Friday and Saturday.
I'll approve under the same terms.
No problem. Thank you very
Good
much.
luck.
Right? Good luck. Tell your dad I said you're welcome.
Next item is 380 Chiquita Liquor Store Corp.
Another liquor store application. We note that the closest liquor store is Bulletproof. This store is not going to be a Bulletproof store. As a matter of fact, the 2 closest liquor stores are both Bulletproof.
Really? Is there anybody here in protest? Okay, go ahead.
This store is not going to be Bulletproof. It's a very, I think, a good operator. They have a good plan. The sales in the area have been steady and increasing. And I think it's going to be adding to the community, especially that it's going to be the first open store in that area.
So we have a church within 97 feet, but it's not used exclusively as a church.
Correct.
Is that correct? How do we know that? We send somebody out?
You had investigate, I don't know if you recall, last time we were here, we gave you the Con Ed.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
So they've been paying rent for quite a while on this, request. Denied because of the church. We showed it wasn't exclusively a church, and you had to reconsider and open it up.
We just issued a license in October. There was another one in September, which was previously licensed. Another one issued in 2014.
I guess
That was previously licensed.
Northern,
too.
which is Bulletproof, was 13,
All right.
as far as I know.
So the one we just issued is PPL United at 101-46.
Right.
That was last October.
Yep.
I don't even have that as one of the 4 closest.
Well, they're all about the same distance, so probably it might be a couple feet further, but it came up as one of our 4 closest. They're all like 0.4 miles.
And it's only, 727 retail? Is that what I'm reading? 727 feet retail?
I believe so, yes. So it's a small store. The others are, I guess I see you have one there from 9. And again, the 2, Northern World and Fu Lin, or I don't know how you have them. I have them as the 2 closest. Those are both Bulletproof stores.
Okay. The church counselor is not an issue. They're beyond 200 feet, I
I
assume?
think they're within 200 feet, but it's
But not
not
exclusive.
exclusively as a church.
Okay, all right. Any other questions, Chairman?
No.
The 2 closest stores, 6, well, the first one had a good year in 13 relatively. 14, 15, 16, looks like they're running about the same.
Is that Northern, or when you have?
That's Fu Li.
Okay, now, again, that one's Bulletproof, and
Yep.
steady.
Understood.
I think
And- And the one,
Northern may be closer.
and the next one, G&G Liquors, they've been, looks like they may be declining a little bit, but still staying in the same territory.
You don't have, but you don't have Northern on your sheet? Because I have it off your.
I have
Northern, they're all, like I said, they're all like .4 miles, so they are here, yes. Northern actually is going up.
Yeah. So, I think everybody is kind of, well, the two closest ones, maybe, closest one seems to be holding its own, next closest one might be declining a little bit, but with you only going to be 727 square feet of open floor plan, I'm willing to approve it based on that alone.
Thank you.
I'll vote to approve as well. The two closest are Bulletproof stores. This is going to be an open layout, and I think that we try to promote the open layout for the convenience of the customers. We did just open one in October, so that is .4 miles away, but all of the other stores that are close by have been there a while and have shown either increasing or consistent sales, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you. And just for the record, since we're talking about I have the two closest Bulletproof stores are Northern and Fu Lee, so I just.
Correct.
Okay.
No, Northern is Bulletproof?
Northern is Bulletproof.
Oh, hold on. Well, I'm not going to change my vote. I want the record to be clear, though,
That's
so
what I'm
hold on.
saying. That's why
So Northern is Bulletproof and Fu Lee is Bulletproof. G&G is not Bulletproof.
I believe not.
Okay. But my vote, they're all the same distance away, so,
I just wanted to clear.
yeah,
since-
yep.
Okay.
My vote remains the same.
All right. Next items are 389 and 390, 417W Inc.
Say the numbers again, Tom?
389 and 390. It's one item, two items put together.
All right.
This was just a disciplinary matter. The only thing that I want to note is that they were found guilty of one violation, which was with dancing. We were not able to refute that because the officer who issued the summons was out on maternity leave. So she was not there and could not testify as to what she saw, whether it was someone standing at a table, whether she actually saw it dancing, where she saw it, et cetera. But the hearing officer said that, he would take the summons that was issued for what it was worth. So I would just ask that you consider that when you set the fine.
But I had a question for counsel here on the last charge on the second proceeding. The ALJ, the officer describes that he saw a sparkler at the licensed premises on the date in question. She found the officer credible. But she ruled that while alleging that the possession of fireworks inside the licensed premises does not conform with building codes, the SLA declined to inform either her or the licensee as to what applicable building codes limit your possession of fireworks in a licensed premise. Is she correct?
Well, I would.
That was too vague?
I would have to see exactly what the bill of particulars looked like, but I would assume it would have included some sort of citation. I mean, I can look it up.
Well, no, that's all right. As long as, I thought as long as there was a summons issued, that was enough.
Well, that's what they said regarding that's.
Cabaret, right?
With the dancing.
Right, so it's kind of inconsistent.
We have two officers who've testified as to what they saw, and so it's up to the ALJ or this board, obviously, to accept that testimony as substantial evidence, meaning that you can obviously.
Well, that was my point. She overruled the substantial evidence.
No, well, they testified as to what they saw, and I don't think they saw anything that was lit.
I don't think it has to be lit, counsel.
Well, again, we went through a hearing, and she had testified.
That was her problem, that it wasn't lit?
I don't know.
Not his, I'm sorry, to he.
It's
It's a he.
problem, and I don't know, he gave a
I see
decision.
a summons number on the bill of particulars that includes the police.
All right, well, I think that the ALJ is wrong, but I'll dismiss one in the first proceeding, dismiss one in the second proceeding, sustain two in the second proceeding, and dismiss three in the second proceeding. 1,500.
We do, okay. Makes it, just saying it's difficult to question just a summons because you have no officer there. When you don't produce an officer, it makes it very difficult to win a case.
But that's all we're required to do. Obviously, we can, it's unfortunate that the witness wasn't there, but we're not required to do that. And as I said, you got a break on the last one, in my view. because I think he was wrong on that. I think since there was a summons and the officer testified that there was a sparkler, I don't care if it's lit or not, it's a firework. So 1,500.
All right, thank you.
Well, he's got a,
1,500, yep.
Next item is 412, K&B Rodriguez Corp.
Lucy Rodriguez for applicant. Good morning, or good afternoon, Chairman.
good afternoon.
I think the deputy mayor was here earlier. He's not in opposition, so he actually left early.
Yeah, no, he made it clear that.
He was only opposing that one application.
No, and he apparently recommended to these people to file for the restaurant wine, right? Yeah.
And they did, yeah.
Because they wouldn't stand in the way, and you're going to close at midnight?
Yes, sir.
What's the music situation?
There is a jukebox, and on Friday and Saturday, they are going to have karaoke for a few hours. The karaoke application was submitted. We're just waiting for the permit to pick it up once we open.
And what are the hours?
10 a.m. to 12 a.m. or midnight.
Okay. All right, I'll approve based on those hours and the jukebox and Friday and Saturday karaoke as well.
Yeah, approved as well.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Next item is 404, Agua Roja Bar and Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner.
Mr. Joffrey,
Yes.
maybe this is your good news or bad news. I'm going to ask that the board hold this over. There's a major decision in the hopper that I think will determine the fate of this particular establishment. I think it would be unfair, considering this is just the one charge, to not look at this in the context of what's coming down the pike. And I
agree.
assume that will be the next full board meeting.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay.
It would have to be, well, it won't be the next full board meeting because I
From-
believe
I believe that I think I saw the decision went out on the 12th, which would be more than enough time for the next full board
20
meeting.
days, I don't know if it would make the 14th.
He gets time to controvert.
Right, but if it went in the 12th, that's 20 days.
Oh, okay.
Wait, it went out on February 12th?
I believe so.
Yeah, I have it on my calendar,
And-
my date. I think the date to respond is this coming,
Because the
We'll just
calendar-
put it over, because we can put it over.
Oh, because the calendar will close
Yeah,
tomorrow?
yeah, we
Well,
can
I'd
put it
like-
over.
You want to
okay.
put it on
In either case, I would ask March 14th. I am going to be away on vacation.
Yeah, we're not going to be here either, right?
Okay.
Oh, no, we are here, but that's the next board meeting.
Yeah, so I
So,
would ask for the
one
one
okay.
after that one.
Okay, April 4th.
April 4th.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
378, JMDR 127 Ludlow LLC.
Oh.
Where's Mr. Pilillo? Counsel, did you get my email about this? Okay.
Did I get one? No.
That's what I told you outside, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Oh.
Frank Pillow. What's your stuff?
Hi, my name is Michael Tang.
This restaurant's been operating at this location for 4 years now, without issue, without SLA issue, without community board issue, without noise complaints.
What was that?
What was?
Is that the today's paper?
That's today's paper.
Did you see
That's the
today's paper?
Huff.
No.
You should look.
Yeah.
Which one? Nah, I don't really want to know.
Yeah.
Gotta be something with the lower side, I guess. Can I hand these up?
Yes.
I
Just,
think.
there was some.
Yeah, thank you.
There's some concern from the community board that we're not what we.
Thanks.
We have been a restaurant, always been a restaurant. And we've always served the same type of food.
I think what their concern was is that, and they put some stuff in about them operating as a sports bar. Now, that can be an amorphous definition, I guess, but they are advertising. I don't know if you got this stuff or not.
I did not. It's not once every year, it's a Super Bowl. It's the Final Four.
These are two days.
Jim, could you say that into the microphone?
I mean, Super Bowl, you know, it's one of the biggest days out of the year. That's the only day we promote, or any type of sports. Besides,
apparently the Final
and then the Final Four. You can look at our social media. It's all food. There's nothing else besides food on any of our social media.
This is a familiar scenario for me, anyway. When the applicant went to the community board says, take the earlier hours. Down the road, if we have any issues with you, if you want to come back and change your hours. He waited 4 years. He hasn't had a concern. There's been no noise complaints. It's very difficult. This is, again, a restaurant serving food until 1 hour before closing, nightly. It's very difficult for him to watch his customers leave and go somewhere else to eat, which is what's happening. At the same time, when a guy signs a lease 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, the attitude becomes, okay, I can take the shorter hours, do what I can now, and down the road increase it. Well, now that the rent's gone up, now that the real estate taxes have gone up, he's in a scenario where he has to get as many hours as he possibly can. It's not like it used to be in New York where you can close up earlier and still be able to pay your rent. And we're not a sports bar, there's no question we're not. Obviously, 1 or 2 events a year, Super Bowl and Final Four, okay. I've watched them in diners while I've watched the Mets lose while I was at a diner. I mean, it happens all the time.
The losing or the diner?
Losing, no, the Mets losing all the time.
It's a good change this year.
Yeah, right.
They lost yesterday.
At least the injury started. I was concerned they weren't going to start yet.
And what's the deal with the free drink giveaway? On Cinco de Mayo, you were giving away beer?
Cinco de Mayo.
Of 2016, we have set Lower East Side advertisement on May 5th, free Coronas and Modelo.
That was a promotion by the representatives from Modelo and I guess.
Yeah, no, it says, that's what it says, I believe that, but.
Come in and they do a promotion, I guess, the buyback. So they purchase the liquor.
That doesn't make it legal for you.
I was not aware of that, obviously.
No. And I have to imagine if it was happening regularly, we would have all
Wait,
all
they
of
bought
the
product from
advertisements.
you? Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
Right, no, right. That's not what I was commenting on. If you have unlimited drinks, so.
So, Commissioner, we don't have any adverse history on this particular location, correct?
General, that would be him, but I'll answer that
It's
for you
okay.
too.
I have reports, but I do not have anything that we've acted on.
Okay.
And that was a few years ago, and I understand why we didn't act.
Just get an arrow, Jackie, and just go.
Phil,
That'll work. All
you'll
right.
get there.
All right. You know, I'm willing to give you a little bit here. I don't know how the chairman feels, but I'm not willing to go to 4 a.m. I might give you 2 a.m.
He has 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m. During the weekdays, and maybe 3 a.m. on the weekends. I'll give you an hour extra. Weekday extension 1 to 2. That's what you want. So you get giving you what you want during the week, right? And the weekends, I'm just saying till 3 and not 4.
Okay, I'll go with that.
It's as good as it's going to get, so.
Yep.
Thank you.
You want these?
Yep.
Actually,
You wanna go?
give me, can I have a copy, please?
Yeah, you want to give that, yeah, totally.
Yeah, we need to keep one of them.
Never mind, I got it.
Oh, we got one, okay.
The next item, 363, AP 3964 Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So sustain 1 and sustain 2.
I would just note that the licensee's history is extensive, highly, very, very extensive. It seems at this point that I think it's fair to make the inference that they obviously do not know how to supervise this premise after spending $45,000 on various different problems that all have been within the last 2 years.
I would like to point out that conceitedly, the first year of operation, there were problems, and the licensee was new to the business, but there hasn't been anything since April 2017, in almost a year.
That's not true, Mr. Parisi.
We have stuff pending?
Yes, I have something pending right here.
Oh, I'm unaware of anything pending.
Well, so I understand that, but it's just not true.
I don't want to misrepresent.
So what's pending, or are they not out yet?
I'm pulling it up right now.
I mean, at some point,
I think they are pending. I think the pleading went out because I have it
yeah,
listed as other open cases.
I mean, he's already paid $45,000, and I'm gonna, even if I keep him open, I'm gonna bang him here. At some point, aren't we at the point of diminishing returns?
There will be no more incidents.
I don't believe that for a second, because we already have another one, but how much money is he willing to pour into this place?
The licensee is here. I have a letter here from the assembly person that they have been helping out in the community.
That's all well and good.
Listen, the people that come in here and I close their businesses down, which doesn't make me happy to do it, they're all good people. I don't think he's a bad person.
Yes, could he address the board, the members?
Sure.
Here.
Hi, everybody. For the issues, we have an extra company for the security outside that he works with the police officer, like to build a relationship between the police department and the club, and that we've been having the main problem that we have with the capacity, and we asked to increase it, and they prove it 100 people more. Now we have a 268 capacity.
Well, these two charges have nothing to do with capacity, do they?
That was one of the main.
No, one of the original.
One is an underage sale, and the other one is, which is based on what, the sale, though, right?
But the early on charges were overcrowding on
And
two
the-
occasions. And had they had the increased capacity, they wouldn't have had those charges.
But that's not true. There's disorderly premise. I see failure to supervise.
And you're not, the worst thing we would do is give you more people. That's not going to happen. I would like to cut it.
I mean, that's why we hired Sue's company of security guards outside, inside, who's scan the IDs, metal detector.
What are the charges?
That are pending.
Yeah.
Fireworks, more security guard charges, failure to conform, and health, safety, and government. I'm just based on what's coming down the pike. I'm sorry.
Those in March, however, they're
From
being
March.
represented by another attorney. You're not representing him on that case. That was Mr. Joffrey.
So I'm going to repeat it. At what point is it worth it for you not to do this anymore? Because if that all gets sustained, you're throwing good money away.
I mean, I've been trying to be open, like I tried extra company, all of these, I'm being there, before it was my experience, now I have more experience. I've been there when the 4 days I'm open, I'm there, like, make sure everything is okay.
But the bottom line, the stuff is happening. And I'm just asking you, if I make you pay $20,000 more here, and then you come back in 3 months, and any of those charges get sustained, it's over. So is that worth it?
I mean,
Or just shut it now and go do something else?
I mean, just give me a chance. It's my dream, it's my, like, I'm trying.
What do you want to do?
Well, these charges right now are sale to a minor and failure to supervise, which is the sale to the minor, correct, if I'm reading correctly?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking, it's the first time you've done a sale to a minor.
That is correct.
So for that reason alone, geez, I feel like the chairman does. I mean, I hate to see you throwing more money after bad here. You've paid a lot already. I would be willing to do like, only because of the history here, I would go with 10,000. As a,
I was at 20, but
Were you?
I'll give him 15,
well, if you take
based
15,
only on the history.
yeah.
And then, like I said, if the next stuff comes in and any of it goes against you, then it's over. So that's,
And it's from our people, an investigation from the SLA. So I'm going to proffer that some of it will be sustained, at which point that could be the difference between a cancellation and a revocation.
I mean, do you want to go think about it?
I mean, you have a chance? Give me 10?
No.
No? 15?
That ship sailed about a year ago.
Well, Chairman, if you're looking at 15, he can then think about it. If he doesn't want to continue, he can just not pay it, and we'll
Okay,
impose the
we'll do
ultimate
that
penalty.
then. All right, that's fine. Okay,
But let me think about it.
okay. Well, you'll get the letter, and if you don't want to pay it, don't pay it, and it'll get canceled.
All right.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you.
Revoked. Chairman?
Yeah.
It would be revoked because it's 15.
Oh, it'll be revoked, so.
Next item, 375, Kinston Wholesale, Inc.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to remark on the record that you all have been very forthcoming and cooperative during the course of this investigation, and for that, I just wanted to say thank you, because I know that the prosecutor wanted me to make sure I made that clear on the record.
Well, in response to that,
And who, can you put your names on the record?
of course, I'm sorry. Robert Myers, I'm the authorized representative and general manager. And in response to what you said, Bill Brennan was very, very good to work with. I guess you could call this a case of mistakenly labeled margarita mix.
So this wasn't a wine product, you were actually selling a wine specialty?
We were selling a 6% margarita mix, and it was a national rollout. And the brand registration was done by our supplier in California.
Uh-huh.
Okay? And the difference is the TTB doesn't have wine product and wine specialty product. It just has wine specialty product. So when he registered in New York, he registered it as wine specialty product. So we delivered 6% product, and we had the registration put in our name. So we were negligent. And so from that standpoint, we accept the violations and admit our negligence.
Okay. All right, I'll accept.
I accept as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is 344, Big Sal Deli, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Marceline Martin. I'm the representative for Mr. Ali Altareb. I made an application before this one. He went away. They wanted a disposition. I couldn't get the disposition, so we refiled. Now I was told that we have a hearing for this second application that we made.
The disposition was that you were disapproved for not providing us all the
Right.
documentation.
Right.
And then he's got a previous one that was canceled at this location? No.
No, at the,
But that was only a year ago.
yes. But it was also dismissed on that arrest that he had.
No, it was canceled because of,
I think they're talking criminally, sell the minor. But they offered cancellation
right,
in this place.
But then he surrendered the license.
but it was going to get canceled anyway. That was because he had 1, 2, 3, 4 previous sales.
Now he sold that premises and he's at this new location He said he's gonna get the scanner, because I think that's the problem with the age, because I think the sale to minor, is it?
Well, the first problem is reading the facts of the last sale to minor that he did, was when you don't ask for ID, you're never going to know how old someone is. And he never asked for ID, or whoever sold it.
Once he has that scanner, that's the basic for asking for an ID for the scanner, you know, so. That should take care.
I don't know.
And then he has his children that he went to get in Yamin, and that's why he wasn't here in the first place, you know.
I mean, he has multiple sales to minors, and he likes to sell untaxed cigarettes.
And the place he's going into has a history of sale to minors.
All of them were dismissed?
Not here, they weren't.
Can you get a chance on this one just to,
I'm waiting on my colleague here.
I see there's no protest, but still, the history is concerning to me. So I would vote
he
to,
learned his lesson, you know,
yeah,
whatever.
I don't know. Go ahead.
yeah, I would vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. It was only a year ago that the license was canceled. I realized it was an offer, but it would have been canceled anyway, because it would have been the fifth sale to minor. So I'm not saying he'll never get another license, but he's got to wait longer than a year.
Yep.
Okay,
All right,
thanks.
thank you.
All right, the next item, 385, Lincoln Wine and Liquor LLC.
Afternoon. My name is Joseph Penn. I'm the representative for the licensee. This is Claudio Santos. He's the sole principal in the LLC. And this is a transfer of ownership of a liquor store currently licensed.
Why does this end up here on that?
Well, that would be something to question. We'll look
Because we just issued the closest store? No, because it wouldn't matter.
That wouldn't
The
matter.
place has been licensed for years.
This is a pure transfer?
That's all it is.
Okay. I'll approve.
Wait a sec.
Oh. I don't see
Do you have
anything.
a contract to sale?
There's an existing license, but I'm assuming that would be,
Well, the transfer would mean a contract to sale from one to the other.
It's basically buying the equipment in the store and the inventory. That's it.
But that's,
And-
so is there, a
and
co-
it's also the
Mr. Penn,
landlord-
in answer to her question, is there a contract of sale?
Well, it's a contract of sale for the liquor that's in the store, yes.
Did you
And
send it
what
to
a-
us?
Yes, it was submitted.
What about the other things? You said they're selling other stuff.
That's all he has is liquor in the store. There's nothing there. It's a small-
That's not a transfer.
And I bought the whole building.
And he's also the landlord.
Yeah, I'm the landlord.
but did you buy the corporation?
No.
You
Got our own,
16 grand for the whole thing, buying a whole liquor
There's
store?
a definition of transfer in the statute now.
and we treated it as a new. We gave you the 4 closest stores. We gave you everything that he's wanted. There's a concert here as to whatever.
Well, if they filed it
fact,
as a
the
new,
license
that would
that's
explain
there
why you have it
now.
here.
Yeah.
If
But
what?
We just,
If it was
we
filed-
just trying to figure out why we're here.
Okay.
If it was what?
If it was filed new, as he indicated, then that would be why it's here, because we may not have received the documentation that it was a transfer.
Which would be the sale, the contract of sale.
Yeah, I don't see
Which would
anything
be-
scanned
You only
out.
bought the inventory
But that's not a transfer, though, under the statutes. That's not a transfer.
Well, all right, well, we gave you enough information as a new liquor store. We gave you the foreclosure stores also.
Do you understand what we're talking about?
No, he doesn't.
No, I don't.
Most time I don't, but this time I think I do. But you seem to be going off on a tangent that,
I think
okay, so there's no issue here?
What is or was the date of sale?
Whatever's on the date of the,
For a
But
document I can't find, okay?
I think it's indicating there wasn't a transfer. There was just the.
Do you have, is there a written contract of sale?
I'll show you what we have.
So did he get a liquor use permit then? Last night?
Well, purchase contract price of business on our financial disclosure is 0.
If- but
Miscellaneous expenses is
You
16K.
wanted to buy the guys a
So,
list business.
You
You
can
just
treat it
wanted
as
to buy
a new, if you want to.
the contents of the store, which was the inventory and the fixtures. Whoops.
Well, then that is a transfer.
Yay. But we,
So you need to submit the contract of sale.
I'm giving you exactly.
I have the contract on sale.
It won't kill me if you just want to vote on it as a new.
I don't care how we vote on it. I'm just concerned we're missing something.
Can we vote on it with that prerequisite? That-
I get,
Yeah.
sure.
That
Whatever
and the
you wanna-
liquidator's permit.
What's that?
I already have one,
Oh, you have one? Okay.
which was missing the date of sale.
Okay.
He's also the landlord of the premises also.
Keep looking.
I know, nothing we can do about that.
You don't have it.
I have it. Believe me, I have it.
Take a look and we'll come back.
Get a few minutes, go through this and you can go to the next one if you want. Just-
Yes, recall.
Next item, 388, Bab Group VII LLC.
Can you email somebody and find out if that was?
I'm working on it. If you get some disciplinary here, I could do something. Look this up.
No one's appearing for that one? Let's see, who was the? Mr. Joffrey had signed in, he's gone. All right, 405, Soto La Stella, Inc.
How do you keep your crap so neat? No, I don't know, Sharon. How you doing? Can you put your name on the record?
My name is Valerio Marci.
So this was conditionally approved, and you're looking for us to extend the approval?
Yeah.
Because he wants to continue operating under temps.
What's
until
the
he gets-
deal with the C of O? Why is it taking so long?
Okay, the COO is taking so long because we need to get this letter of non-objection, and I'm dealing with the departure of building. By taking, problem, now we close all the jobs we did, and the February 13th, they're supposed to give me the letter of non-objection, and now they told me I need to close it. There is a job open from 2003.
Oh, these are all work permits that are still open?
Yeah, and so 2003 I wasn't even a tenant. Was
All
15
right,
years
so
ago.
6 months, is that?
As long as you want
Yeah, I think
to, we
in
try to
1-2
limit how
months-
long they're operating under a temp when they don't have a CO.
Right. So what do you want me to do?
When do you think you'll have your letter of no objection?
I hope 1-2 months.
This is the Department of Buildings.
I know it is. That's why we don't like them operating for
predicting
18
the weather.
months on a temp when they may or may not be legally
Since
allowed to
the
do
license
so.
expired, the restaurant is.
All right, 3 months, I'll give you 3 months.
So you
Yeah.
Keep track of it, though, you're gonna have to come back if.
Okay, no, I'll try to do as fast as possible.
Okay.
3 months it is.
So we're going to go back to conditionally approved.
Yes.
subject to the 3 months.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Next item is 410, which is 2933 9th Avenue LLC.
All right. I gotta take just a quick pause before we start this one.
Okay. Mr. McGrath, we're going to take a brief recess. You all set, Jonathan? Okay, we're back on the record, and the next item is 410, 2933 9th Avenue LLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kevin B. McGrath for the applicant.
We have opposition, so we'll hear from them first.
I'd like to just make one comment
Sure.
to correct the record. I'd like to correct the record. When I appeared before the Community Planning Board, I told them that the chef would be Mark Fercioni. He's here with me today, but my documents that my office prepared, and I take full responsibility, did not list him as the chef. They listed John DeLucci, and that I'd like to just make that one correction. It was made in error, a clerical error. It was not meant to deceive anybody.
Okay.
All right.
How many people do we have here in opposition besides?
There are three people on behalf of Community Board 2.
Hang on one second. Jonathan, can you take that and move that over that way so I can see everyone in the room, please? Thank you.
You know, it's a little bit complicated because there's a lot of information that keeps sort of shifting along as we go, and I think that you'll see that in our resolution. You know, that the applicant had originally came to us in August. There were some misunderstandings, so we invited them to come back to clear up those misunderstandings prior.
A second,
to
Carter. Don, no, you can just leave it there. I just wanted to move it over so I could see everyone. Thank you.
So, in August, we had a discussion. I think that at that point, Community Board 2 had written a resolution that recommended to deny unless the stipulations were adhered to. That recommendation was based on a list of factors, which subsequently the applicants said that they were not actually interested in those factors, but the community was upset with us, and so is the applicant. So generally, you know, that's an indicator of a balancing act.
What do you mean the community was upset with you?
The members of the community.
Oh, because they said you didn't do enough.
Right,
Oh.
and the applicant said it's not enough, and you know, since then, there've been a number of other small issues, big issues. Dancing's been a discussion. No dancing. The hours
It's
are
zoned
much
for
later.
dancing?
The area, the zoning permits dancing, but the use group the applicant has now does not. So it's a use group 6. They indicated to us on their application that they were going to be changing some of the elements of the space, increasing the occupancy, but they never indicated that they were going to be applying for a use group change. And they indicated in Judge DeLuglio's questionnaire that they wouldn't have dancing. Now suddenly, I was just advised beforehand, they suddenly don't want dancing. We're not really sure. I mean, this is sort of what's been going on for the full history of since the application first appeared before us. This location, the basement, was previously a part of a licensed premise called Spice Market. They had originally came before Community Board 2 in March of 2001, and they were a very high-end fine dining restaurant. And at that time, they told us that they would be closing at 11:30 p.m., and subsequent over the years, their operation was fairly much in keeping with that because those are fine dining restaurant hours. This application, you can see, you guys have so much information, I'm not sure where I should be.
Well, I mean, I think,
I don't want to, you know.
From what I understand, it sounds like the disconnect between you guys and them is, 1, the hours, 2, whether they can do their exception to the DJ use, and 3, and dancing I don't have on my license, so that, I mean, on the application, so that's not being considered.
Right.
And 3 would be whether they have to shut down the entire restaurant for parties, or if they can have a DJ without a total buyout.
So
am I missing one
I mean,
issue?
you're missing an element here, which in some respects, this was at your direction, which is how can you have a position from the community board change? Okay, we had a recommendation that was deny unless, and then they wouldn't agree to things, and then it became deny. And with the case out in Brooklyn where there was a community board that changed their position or their vote, you know, expressed
Well,
displeasure in that.
yeah, but that
But
was
I'm
kind of
just-
something that went on there, and I'm still haven't figured out what went on
Right,
there.
but I'm, in this particular case,
And I think you were here for that and would agree that something went on there.
well, I don't know all that was in Brooklyn, unfortunately. In this particular case, the reason that we still had these stipulations and they're included in the recommendation is because we wanted to show that we had negotiated in good faith at that time. And, you know, we thought that that was a reasonable accommodation. We didn't remove them, but the position of the board is recommending denying the license. I think that Judge DeLuglio.
So wait, so what, I guess, so you have these, you recommended denial, because what if they had agreed to all these stipulations, which they haven't, but what if they had?
You know, so here's the thing, right? There's a continuum of from a restaurant to a club. You know, there's a long continuum. What are the characteristics that makes one or another? And the issue here, and I think for the board and many of the residents, is there are a lot of overlapping issues that are drifting more into the types of a place that has an impact on the quality of life in the area. The location that they're in, you know, they've got a nice chart here, shows, you know, that they're in the meatpacking district, but that's also the center and a focal point of so many traffic issues in the
Can you
area
put that
with
back up
pedestrian,
again, someone, that chart?
And in vehicles, and the impact at the later hours are really the issue. You know, if they were replicating what Spice Market had at their hours, we wouldn't have a problem. But as you drift into later hours, it's a huge issue. I know they didn't do a traffic study, but there was a traffic study conducted in 2009, and just to give you an idea, a pedestrian count that was done right in front of this location on a Saturday night at 2 a.m., people crossing through a new grassy, or a new bottleneck they had created, was 528 people in an hour at 2 a.m. That Spice Market wasn't open then. And our concern is the impact on these later hours and the style of
Hold on
operation.
1 second,
And
guys.
sure.
Sorry.
We good?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Sorry, Donald.
And I mean, in just in 2009, you know, this area has a huge impact. I'm not sure that we have so much concerns about the earlier operating hours of this place. It's the later night issues that contribute.
But back to my original question, you have all these STIPs that
Right.
were, I assume, offered to them or negotiated with them,
That's what we
which
had-
they eventually declined to agree to a number of them. What would have happened if they agreed to all of them?
If they had agreed to all of them in August,
You would have had
we would have not had an issue. But they came back and said, well, we want dancing. Now they don't want dancing. You know, there are all these other issues that are a concern for us. And that's.
So you would have voted to approve it had they agreed to all these stipulations?
we
Back
did.
in August?
We did.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't know you did
but,
vote to
but they
approve.
came and told us that we got it wrong.
I don't think they ever agreed to all of them, did they?
No,
Oh,
they
that's
did.
what they did. They
and
came back.
And they said we got it wrong.
Right.
And we said, well, okay, well then we wouldn't have.
So
approved
I
it
guess
if you
that
had-
what I'm trying to get at is if you get all these stipulations, or the majority of them, your board is fine. I'm just trying to find out where you guys are.
No, that's a very good question. And they're in there because we tried to negotiate them. Now, would our board accept those again with all these, you know, they changed the underlying concept.
You
and
have
it's-
enough here, though, that
No, I'm not
makes their
disagreeing with you.
underlying
I mean,
concept clear.
The issue is, you know, is a portion of the place going to have DJs? Is a part of, you know, that's really starts changing.
Well, those are questions I have,
Right.
too.
So I think that's where it's hard to answer that question without understanding what's being presented, and that's been a problem from the get-go. I think,
Okay.
you know, we try to be very clear on what the issues are. But and as far as your question going back to is dancing allowed, our concern is that, you know, there's not really any good guidance right now on what's going on, and our concern is that it's really crystal clear what's going on, and if they're filing, we weren't made aware that they would be filing for changes of the use group, and you know, without going into detail, I think you know what the issues are with respect to that.
Did they file for change in use group?
Well, they said, I was told just this morning that they're actually filing for a change in the use group, which, you know, that's a very different consideration than what was presented to us. And that's where if those changes had been presented to us in August or in November, I don't think that the recommendation that was made in August would have been made.
Okay.
Put it
All
that
right.
way.
Got it.
I can, and another, Mr. McGrath had submitted, I think last week, some position to you, and he cited a case, which is Bar Free Bedford, and he said that the community board was a party to that case. And Community Board 2 was not a party to that case. In fact, Community Board 2, I'm happy to say, supported the applicant in that case in finding common ground in a residential, completely residential neighborhood, finding a balance between an operator and the residences, and it was improperly cited that we were against that application when in fact it was a community group. And I think that changes some of the factors that were put forward in the materials that you
Okay.
submitted to you. But I'll leave it at that for them.
Well, you can come back when they're done. You guys want to come up? And ladies?
Hello, I'm Donna Raftery. I live in the immediate area. I'd like to just show you where I live, so. Get oriented. 9th Avenue, Clifton. So I live right over here at 32 Gansevoort Street. I've been living there since the mid-'80s. There are people that live in this building here, and there are also people that live on this corner of 14th Street here, even though it's still. So I supplied a number of papers for both the November hearing. I was at the community board hearing. I resubmitted before this hearing. I'm not going to go into any details about that. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. I've been involved in a lot of the liquor licenses in the district, have met with a number of people. I've got to say, I have never been involved with one that has changed as often as this one has. We met with them, with the community, and then when we went to the community board, and, you know, they wanted more than we've given to anybody else. So they wanted to have unlimited full buyouts of the restaurant. That is something the community usually tries to get, some stipulations, just something, 24 a year, 30 a year, just anything on that. And in exchange for, they wouldn't agree to any limitations because it would limit how they were able to make money. The community understood that. But in exchange for that, we wanted them to not have the 2 o'clock in the morning hours that they originally stated they wanted 7 days a week, but we wanted them to have midnight closings, as all the other restaurants do in the neighborhood, on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We thought we had agreed to that at the first community board hearing. Then Carter alerted us that no, that hadn't been signed, and they wanted 2 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week, with not only unlimited full buyouts, but unlimited partial buyouts. And the partial buyouts, the area they have in the restaurant for partial buyouts, is only 4 tables, separated by a curtain from the entire restaurant. For someone to be able to go in and buy out 4 tables doesn't cost a whole heck of a lot of money.
I bet it does at this place.
Well, it may, but not the same as a full buyout, and not in our neighbor. I mean, our neighborhood people come and spend a bunch of money, so, you know.
I know.
So for somebody to go in there and buy out 4 tables means this could be bought out a lot of the time, having live music and DJs in there a lot of the time. I just, we're really, really opposed to this. We find this extremely problematic that we've given, the community feels like they've actually given more than they've given to any other place, and they're still pushing it. Then when we met with them up here for the first meeting, the hours had changed again. Now it's 2:30 in the morning, 7 days a week. I have no idea what they have currently on. I think they're back to 2. I don't know. So
Well, that's a mistake I frequently make because a 2 a.m. closing.
Is 2:30.
Right,
for getting-
and I forget that myself, and I'm sure that was a miscommunication.
And
I'm
what
not.
what Community Board 2 usually says, and we do state this when they come to the Community Board, is when we say a 2 a.m. closing, we mean a hard closing. So if that's not going to be a hard closing for you, that means we mean 1:30, then we
Right.
need the other half hour.
Right.
So we had that conversation. So we have the problem with now, I've got a bunch of other things in there, so I don't really want to bore you with all of that. I highlighted their petition with the numbers of signatures they had. You can see by the highlighted colors that very few of them are anybody even within our zip code or within a few blocks of another zip code or within 500 feet. of the ones that are there were only 2 that actually had apartment numbers, meaning they lived there and were in our zip code. There are plenty of other residents 1 block away from where I am. There wasn't anybody from that on there. A number of the ones that they have that are right nearby, that State Gansevoort Street or State 9th Avenue, is the Chelsea Market Building. It's, I don't know if you all know it, but it's a huge office building. The other one on Gansevoort Street is Theory. It's a 4-story office building. So anything that goes on there at 2 in the morning is not going to be impacting the quality of life of these people. The applicant and Mr. McGrath stating that the Butter Group is both a restaurant and club. They have 2 different divisions. They're operated separately. I don't know anything about their internal operations, but if you go to their website, there is nothing differentiating the restaurant group from the club group. The 2 clubs are listed first. Butter the Restaurant is listed third on that. Butter the Restaurant closes at 10 o'clock at night at the latest. It's in Midtown. The clientele is completely different. I've been there. I visited it. I saw what it was like. It was a restaurant. It was downstairs. The other problem that I have with them being at this location with the restaurant is those 2 clubs that they own are within walking distance of this. For the people that goes to those clubs, a partial buyout of 4 tables is a drop in the bucket to them. So coming here and starting their party, having their dinner, starting their DJs there, and then moving on to the clubs is a concern that I raised with them the first time I met with them back in August. I think... Oh, and then Mr. Grath also says that the other restaurants that are in the neighborhood that I highlighted clearly and put descriptions of them, chain restaurants, they're not chain restaurants. They might have a few other restaurants by the same name in the city, the same way that the chef, I think this is the chef they're having this time around, it's changed, has a number of other restaurants in the city as well as in other cities. They're not chains, they're high-end. 2 that are right on the same block are high-end Italian restaurants. If you want the menus, I didn't submit them, I have them, I'm happy to give them to you. So our neighborhood is really quite filled with high-end restaurants. What we don't actually have are good quality restaurants for tourists that want to grab something within 45 minutes, sit down, get a decent meal, and go out. We have a salad place. It's great, but it's one place. Otherwise, it's a bunch of sit down, eat, and high-end restaurants. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
How far are you from this place? You're 2 blocks?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Quinn. I am a near neighbor further down on Hudson Street. I'm very familiar with the area. I was very often a patron at the late lamented Spice Market, which was forced out by the new building owner, which wasn't a very different operation than as we try to understand the proposal for this operation. It is true, of course, that I don't believe there's any record of problems from Spice Market, but that's precisely because it was a high-end restaurant, and it was not operated the way this has been disclosed to be operated. My primary concern is the credibility of the applicants in this application, and the administrative law judge heard testimony from the applicants and from a number of the neighborhood people here, and judging by his report, it appears that he came down on the side of the neighborhood opposition when it came to credibility. My real concern is the history of this management of 2 clubs nearby. And I don't have to tell you because I'm sure your access to your own enforcement is far better than mine. But both One Oak and Up and Down just, have a history of paying you fines and serving minors and altercations. The most horrifying incident, which has been reported, as far as I know, occurred in February of 2014 when it has been alleged that in a lawsuit that the managers of One Oak overserved a young gentleman. He then stole a van and was undoubtedly completely DWI, and he killed a MTA bus driver. And I think that it would be horrifying if this license was issued to these operators, and we have a situation where this premises begins to morph away from what it was when it was Spice Market to more their club model, and we would have another incident like that.
So you're against them being licensed, period?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
am.
And what, Mr. Booth pointed out that he seemed to be unsure of exactly what they were trying to propose, but you're indicating to us you think they're lying to you.
Yes.
Why?
Because as both Mr. Booth and Ms. Rafferty have told you, the morphing of this application, and specifically the things that they wouldn't agree to.
But see, part of that, when you're dealing with the amounts of money these people are dealing with, is that they need to know, they might not know exactly what they are going to be until they start spending that money, but they don't want to spend the money until they know they can drink. And that's, you know, it's a vicious circle, really. So I can understand, I'm not saying that I agree with them not knowing what they are, but I can also understand it, because just to plan what you're going to be in a restaurant this size costs an enormous amount of money. That if I don't give them a license is up in smoke.
Yes, I understand. But the critical aspect of this application, as it was initially proposed and through all kinds of negotiations with people of goodwill, CB2 and Ms. Rafferty's neighbors and other neighborhood groups, the one point where they wouldn't budge ever, and to my knowledge, every other recent applicant in this area has agreed to negotiate this, is the number of days where there can be a buyout. And based on their application from day one and through all this toing and throwing, they have insisted that they can have a complete buyout with a DJ and live music 365 days a year. And I do not believe that that is consistent with an application for a fine dining restaurant.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Augustine Hope. I've been a resident in the West Village for 25 years now, and I've seen the extraordinary change in the nightlife here. I just want to make a very small point, probably to you, but to us, we feel it's the point, and that's the closing times. In our bitter experience, the only time we have a problem with a place is when they close after midnight. And bona fide restaurants, the patrons are gone between 10, 11, latest midnight. For everyone else, the night is just starting at that time. And those other people, I'm sorry, this place proposes to close at 2 a.m., has to be dark at 2:30. And they claim to be a restaurant. We don't think they're a bona fide restaurant. We're pretty sure they're going to cause major problems for us, and we ask you to deny or require that they close by midnight. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Mr. McGrath?
I represent an applicant here who's made an application for a restaurant license only. There is no bar, tavern, or lounge license here. This is strictly a restaurant. I have heard the chair speak often about entering into negotiations. We have negotiated with these people and with the Community Planning Board. I have personally spoken to the chairs. We have been, as the chair said, before the Community Planning Board twice. So I would like to make it positively clear. And what I would like to do, while I do that, I'd like to submit the actual stipulations.
Are these stipulations different than what I have here?
Yes, there is annotation on it.
What's the name? Remember you were asking me the name?
Yeah, okay.
during these negotiations, we have agreed to advertise this operation as a restaurant, only a high-end restaurant with a Michelin rated chef. We will not operate it as a bar. We will not operate it as a sports bar. We will not operate it as a lounge. We will have no televisions.
You're not saying the one word that they are worried about.
Okay.
And so am I.
I'm coming to it. We will not have any dancing.
Club, it's the word I'm looking for.
We are not going to have a club. We are definitely not having a club. And if you wish to add that to the stipulation, or I will submit a letter signed by the owners that we will not have a private club or a club in any way. This is a restaurant, and you will hear from the chef and the people in management in the restaurant division of Butter. There'll be no disc jockey. There'll be no live music. There'll be no cover charge or promoted events. The only exception which you see before you is when there's an entire full buyout. That is one thing that was the committee planning board wrote. We had difficulty with it. We came to the conclusion that we would agree to it. As you see before you, there's no exception to that. This document that you have before you was prepared by the community planning board, and we disagreed at the time it was first written, and we have now come to the conclusion that to be a good neighbor and to operate, we are only asking for one change in that whole stipulation, and that is noted on the stipulation, and we respectfully request that we close Sunday and Monday at 12 o'clock, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 2 o'clock. And the stipulation then goes on.
And Friday and Saturday.
Friday and Saturday, that was already in the stipulation. So I was just.
And that's a hard close at.
That's a hard close at 2 o'clock. That's a hard close. Okay.
And what's the deal with are they seeking a zoning change?
No. This community planning board was advised that we had to change the certificate of occupancy because the certificate of occupancy only allowed, I believe, don't hold me to the exact number, but 132 people. So before we could open, we had to increase that C of O. There was
How many
no-
people, to what number?
192. And that's been disclosed, and that's part of.
So you're not changing from use group 6?
We never discussed this until recently with Carter, just recent.
Sounds like it
But
was today.
It was today. It was a continuing discussions with Carter and with his co-chair. Right now, unless it's required we will not make an application to change the use group. There is one caveat there.
I'm just wondering why you would do it, and so you're telling me if you were going to do it, the reason you're doing it is because you're trying to get a larger capacity.
Oh, it's always been, the 192 has always been disclosed to everyone.
No, I understand that, but that's why you would change the use group.
No, we don't necessarily have to change the use group. We don't have to.
So why are you even talking about it?
I'm not talking about it. I was talking to Carter about it, and I said I would.
Then you were talking about it.
Yes, I was talking. We were talking, and the whole thing. He raised the question of the use group. I didn't raise it.
So you have no intention of doing
So
that?
right now, we have no intention because the use group 6, I believe, allows an eating and drinking establishment with less than 200 people. And so we would not.
Correct?
I know it's eating and drinking establishment. Off the top of my head, do I know the occupancy limit? No.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, so it doesn't have a number of people? Okay.
Yes, it does have.
Once you go above that, it's a different
If it's a
code
di-
or something. yeah.
That's right, it's use group 12.
Okay.
All right, so, one second there, Mr. McGrath. I have here, the main dining area says 30 tables, 114 seats. Is that
That has
correct?
to be changed.
What's that?
That, you listed in the occupancy that was what, 141? And you're
100
saying now it's 192, but you also have 198 seats listed.
190, it was 198, I'm sorry.
I added everything on my paperwork, and I came up with 360 seats. 114 seats at 13 tables, indoor garden area, 2 tables, 188 seats, lounge area, 26 seats, private room, 32 seats, standing bar, no seats,
So where are you getting 300?
114, 188, 26,
Oh,
32.
okay.
I added up.
188?
That's what it says here. I'm asking you, is that incorrect?
That's incorrect. I
Okay.
just don't have the plans here, but it is less than 200 people. That I can put on the record.
For the entire place?
That's correct.
Okay.
With reference to the issue that there's partial buyouts or not partial buyouts, that's something that we've come to agree with the Community Planning Board. If there's a buyout, it will be for the entire restaurant.
How many? How many nights of buyouts? That's a bone of contention,
Oh,
too.
You will hear the restaurateurs behind me, all right? Every restaurant has buyouts during the holidays. They have corporate events.
Yeah.
If you're not going to have dancing, who would want to go to a wedding that didn't have dancing? So you cut out a lot of the things when we restrict ourselves to these restrictions.
But you know, restrictions, but the other aspect of this, in my view, is I have to be fair to the other restaurants around there. And the other restaurants around there are under these same restrictions.
Well, some of the...
And some of them are under worse restrictions
Well,
than
some-
you're asking for.
Well, some of them have 2 o'clock closings, and some have lower. It really depends on what
I mean, the
type
one
of-
that was here before didn't. Now, I realize it was a bigger place, but it didn't have a 2 o'clock closing. It had a 1 a.m. on weekends, I think, and 12 during the week.
I believe that it had 2 o'clock. It definitely had more than 12 o'clock.
No, they might have stayed open longer, but it was 12
Okay. No, it was 1. I believe.
on the weekends.
Right, yes, that's correct. There'll be no bottle service. There'll be no sale of bottles of alcohol except for wine and champagne, which is a normal thing that you have at a regular restaurant. The full dining menu will be up until the closing. We had a discussion, negotiations, but we have agreed as the stipulation that the dinner menu will be available until closing. There'll be no ropes. There'll be no security outside these premises. There'll be no lines in the entrance, to the entrance. This is a subterranean site with a doorway and stairs downstairs. We have a lounge area by the bar. And that was created so that there would be nobody standing, waiting to get into the restaurant while they were changing periods of time to be served with dinner. The patrons will not be allowed to, and we will have staff, not security. We will have employees to check periodically to see if there's a congregation, and we will do our best to move them, but they will not be waiting online. We will not allow anybody to wait online. If they want to wait for their table to be ready, they go down to the little lounge area. Okay. We will not make any application for an alteration or for a change in method of operation unless we go first and foremost to the Community Planning Board. In summary, we accept all of the conditions in the stipulation except one, where we respectfully request, as is marked on the document that I have before you, to be allowed to stay open on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday till 2 o'clock. The other one, the weekends were already agreed to by the community. I wonder,
What happens, the, I'm just laughing at the first stipulation, because what if he loses his Michelin star, then what happens? We have to get a new chef?
definitely we'll get a new chef.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. He's going to testify
I know.
here right now, so he'll talk to that issue. I can't talk to that issue. Scrambled eggs is my bag. Granting this license to operate the restaurant would be in the public interest because the prospective licensee fulfills each and every one of the 6 subdivisions that this body looks at when they consider Section 64 of the ABC law. I want to spend just a few minutes on this. The first subdivision is that the restaurant will be unique in addition to the meatpacking district, given the number and the character, the class of licenses near. No other restaurant in the area features this high-quality cuisine prepared by the renowned chef who stands behind me, Mark Fagione. It's in this unique subterranean space. And as you see from the material that we sent, and as I think the chair has pointed out, this is a very unique space. And before we can do the construction and spend any more money, we need to know whether or not we are going to be able to have a license. It's interesting to note also that when you talk about this area, in April of 2017, the SLA proximity report indicated that there were 26 establishments with active licenses. In February, that same report prepared by this office now shows only 17 in that area. The applicant will, of course, before they open, obtain all the necessary licenses and permits, and that's where we get into the question of the proper C of O. The license will not adversely affect the parking or the traffic. No, there's been no evidence submitted to show that this one restaurant would make any problems with parking. As a matter of fact, the Spice Market was a bigger operation. It had the first floor and 60% of the basement, and they didn't create a problem. They were a restaurant, and so...
I don't think anyone would agree with you on that over here, but I'll take it.
Well, there's one of the
I think the message they were trying to send us is there's already a traffic problem.
But it wasn't caused by Spark Market, and it wasn't caused by...
Well, I think it's collectively, but go ahead.
There's also a decent amount of construction going on.
As you can see, it's in a C1 or an M1 district, and it attracts not only New Yorkers, as we well know, but it also has a tremendous following of non-New Yorkers and now many, many European. So it's an area that's not a residential area. There are residences, and you can have a residence in an M1 zone if you have a commercial space within that same building. But it's really not a residential area as the zoning would indicate. The restaurant wouldn't increase any noise. This restaurant has no windows. This restaurant only has one door, which will be kept closed. And although there's a stipulation that says that we agree to close the windows, I didn't want to go to a civil war over this issue, and we agreed to it, but we don't have any windows.
Mr. McGrath, where is the entrance going to be?
It's going to be on 9th Avenue.
Is it where that is right there? Is that going to be the entrance? Where I see that?
Come on up and show them.
I went there last night. Yeah, so.
They wouldn't let him in.
They wouldn't.
It's going to be right here on 13. Yes, right here.
That Soho House is pretty exclusive.
This rated,
Yep.
raised area,
Yep.
right there.
Where?
It's going to be on the What street is that? That's 13th Street right here. So
Okay,
there's
yeah.
the front entrance, so around there.
There's one of the other things that you must look at. There's no history of liquor violations or reported criminal activity at these premises. Now, there's been talk about One Oak and up and down. All of you are very well aware, as I am, of that they're a nightclub. This is not going to be a nightclub. And you will hear this from the people who are in control of the operation. The restaurant has received numerous parties, including the Greenwich Village Chelsea Chamber of Commerce, the landlord of the property at One Oak. The New York City Police Department has sent 2 letters in, and we have received just yesterday 3 new letters, which, because of the time constraint, I couldn't submit them before, but they have been sent to you today, and they're from the district leader of the Assembly District, a former member of the Community Board, as well as a former district manager of Community Planning Board 1, and a former member, and another one from a former member of Community Planning Board 4. I'd like to just touch for a moment on this question about the case, the free bar case. We've cited a number of cases in our brief. Some of them are fairly recent. Some of them are built before the Patamon amendment. All of them, however, are still the current law. And the law states that the board cannot rely on pure speculation, but they must rely on facts. I think we've put forth the facts that we are going to be a bona fide restaurant, and I respectfully submit that this board has the authority to grant this license because we satisfy not only Section 64, but also all the other provisions of the ABC law.
So you mentioned these you talked about the stipulations. I take it then the partial buyout is all, you're willing to take that off the table?
Yes, everything is there.
Okay.
Right there. We've finished negotiations, all right? And
Well, I know you have, because I'm not negotiating with anybody.
Right, absolutely. I wouldn't expect you to. So the only time that we can have the disc jockey or the music that's described here is only on a full buyout. If you want to bring your family and have 15 people at a table, that's fine, but you don't get a disc jockey. You just get a large table to eat dinner. Yeah. I'd just like to introduce to you one of the principals, Jackie Akiva. She's under a little bit of stress right now. She's here to answer questions, but she's not here.
Stress about this?
No.
Oh, okay. You don't need to describe.
But I'd like to now introduce the chef to talk, and then the people in the management part of.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So obviously we've heard a lot about this, and I think my name is Mark Forgione. I'm going to be the chef of the restaurant, and I think we've heard enough about this. I think just to hear it from me, I think my reputation kind of speaks for itself. I've been a restaurant owner for 10 years now. I've never had a problem. I have 4 restaurants. Restaurant Mark Forgione. I have 2 American Cuts, one in Tribeca, one in Midtown.
And one. Very good.
Thank you. And I have Keo as well. And like I said, I've never, ever had a problem. As far as this place having 350 seats, if you can see the layout, I would have built a lot bigger kitchen if we had 350 seats.
I was just looking at what the paperwork said, so.
And as far as it being a club, I even made a joke to Mr. McGrath before. I'm 40 years old. I just got married. I don't go to clubs. Never mind, do I want to be the chef of a club? And this is, for me, this is an iconic space. This is the Spice Market. You know, I'm in New York City, grown and been working here since, you know, the late 90s. And this is an iconic space that I was approached about 6 months ago. That's why I think there was the change with John and his
You're
name.
partners in this with them?
Yes. And when I sat down in there, this was coming from the Butter Group, we want to create a restaurant that's never been done before in New York City. And that's exactly what I want to do. I want to create a restaurant for the neighborhood. Again, very sensitive to people in the neighborhood. As a native New Yorker, I'm born and raised here. I live above the Red Cat, which is a very busy restaurant. You know, I'm very sensitive to that, and that's all we want to do is bring a restaurant that the neighborhood can be proud of, that I can be proud of, and that we can be proud of. If there's any questions for me as far as the concept of what we want to do. You know,
What is
that's
the
what I'm here.
concept? Italian?
It's, we're calling it Mediterranean, and it's built around the ancient kind of way of cooking, live fire. We're going to have giant wood-burning ovens, but not just to make pizza, but also to roast whole fish and whole, you know, small animals and big cuts of steak and all that kind of stuff. You know, just fresh, beautiful ingredients, really done simply with fire, smoke, and not to be cheesy, but love. And just to touch on the buyout thing too, again, I own 4 restaurants, and you'd be shocked at how necessary the full buyouts are to the success of a successful restaurant in New York City these days with the way rent and payroll is.
But that was one of their concerns, the fact that it's 365 days a year. How many do you expect? What are you looking for if we gave you a number?
I mean, I could tell you now in Restaurant Mark Forgione, without exaggeration, we do 3 or 4 a month, 12 months out of the year. We
Right.
really do. And, you know, and again, I've never been before with any problems. It's, like he said, it's usually weddings or corporate functions, and they just want to have the place to themselves.
Okay. So if we said something like 60 a year, 70 a year, something like that?
You'd have to discuss with them, you know.
That would, we would accept.
Something to
We would accept that.
yeah.
Let me just say something. He says that he's a New Yorker. The 2 principals have bought a condo in the Community Planning Board. We are not strangers to this Community Planning Board. We're not going to come and run away to Westchester. We live in New York City. And so.
Yep.
Yeah, I live on 23rd and 10th Avenue right now. Just moved there, so.
All right.
I mean, and not, this isn't a reflection on you, because you're probably, his reputation is what's bringing this to fruition, because, you know, while the Butter Group has been very successful, I can understand their skepticism, because they have had their issues with us, and they've had issues you know, that have gone back several years. Now, you know, his reputation is obviously impeccable in that regard, but I can understand their concern.
I can understand that.
Which is why it is important when you're going into a neighborhood like this with a restaurant like this, that you be with a history like they have at the Butter Group, that you be as clear as you can be in what you're going to be. And I don't know that you were here. And maybe that is understandable given the amount of rent that you're going to end up paying and the amount of construction that you're going to have to do and all of that. I get that, but
I've given you the concept.
I know, but you got it to us, but they should have had it in August. And I don't know that they felt like they did.
Well, I don't know whether or not they did get it in August. But I can say that we have people who are in the management of Butter restaurants, and I'd like you to hear.
Sure.
And they'll explain.
Thank you, guys. And if there's anything else you need from me, I'll be.
Thank you.
And you can sit down. I didn't realize he was going to talk for an hour, so you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lauren Basco, and I'm currently the general manager of Butter Restaurant in Midtown.
Oton Ramirez. I'm the assistant manager at Butter Restaurant.
I've worked for the Butter Group for about 14 years now. I've sort of come up in the ranks, and I helped them open their restaurant in Midtown. And I think I'm standing here to just tell you about our operation. We're strictly a restaurant. Sounds kind of like this one that's coming up, We're subterranean, have one door. We are open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner. It is a different neighborhood, but, you know, we operate a restaurant, and we also have a successful executive chef who is just like Mark Forgione, born and raised in New York. And, you know, the goal was in Butter was to really have a familial environment, and it's kind of stayed that way. I think Tony and I can attest to that, as we've been with this group for 14 years. So I don't know if you want to add anything.
And you're going to manage this new one, you think, or you don't know yet?
We'll probably help open it and arrange, you know, I'm sure we'll have some hands in it. I don't know whether I'll be on both properties or not, but it's definitely a possibility, for
Only
sure.
so many hours in a day. I don't know how you're going
Only
to do
so
it.
many hours, but you keep it in the family, and I've been with this family for a very long time, so I don't really see myself going anywhere anytime soon, and if they need help, that's what we're here for. I don't know if you want to add anything.
I'm with Lauren as well. I've been with the company for a very long time, and I too came up in rank. And you know, it's just a great company to work for. I feel like what we do at Butter, it just kind of reflects. You know,
Your boss is beaming behind you.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, but we always consider ourselves a family. You know, we have Thanksgiving dinners, and it's I think that's why a lot of people are kind of, you know, especially our workers, they stay there for a very long time because, you know, we treat each other with respect. We treat them like family, and I feel like, you know, with this new restaurant, that's what we're trying to pose. We're trying to, you know, get that same environment. So, you know, it works because, you know, as the time has passed by, it's been working, and I feel like, you know, that's why we'll be helping.
Right. I mean,
Okay.
as operators too, we do deal with the buyout issue as well. Plenty of corporate clientele buyouts. Every holiday season is, you know, mostly buyouts.
Yeah, that's what pretty much keeps sometimes the restaurant afloat.
That's what keeps us alive a little bit.
You know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford, we would definitely agree to a reasonable number of buyouts, understanding that this is a restaurant. It's not a club.
Yep. You made that clear.
The chairman wants to make sure that I put that on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you come here a second? Yeah. Show him that. I just want to see if that's what he handed up. Is that what you had? I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
That
Oh,
is,
you can take that. We'll get another one.
this is, it's from yours, yeah, so I looked at them, they're the same.
I just want to make sure that you both, that what you put in your resolution is identical to that, other than the changes he made.
There were two resolutions. I just want to make sure that,
Well, I'm talking about what one am I talking about? What the hell am I?
I think this was from the first one, but I'm just checking to see if the.
What's the first one, November of 2017?
No, it was August.
All right, so I'm talking about the November one.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here. I believe that it's, looks like it's the same. I mean, just
Okay.
quickly going through it. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. You know, the hours of operation, this is something that keeps coming up over and over. I think that the law is that you can, you know, if somebody has an unrestricted license, they can serve until 4 and they have an additional half hour to finish consumption of any drinks. But that doesn't, when there's a stipulation put in place, I think that Chairman Rosen had made it clear that when we're talking about hours, we're talking about when is it done? Nobody's, you know, that's what everybody's concerned about. When are the people out? And so,
I did not, as I said earlier, did not come to that understanding until,
okay, yeah.
only because I was out of ignorance.
Right, yeah, I mean, so that was the discrepancy, just where that is, because that's why you see in all the Community Board 2's resolutions, and I think a number of other community boards say it's when it's done. It's not, you know,
right,
a mystery, it's just, it's finished. And so just, that's where that had come from. As far as the occupancy, so this is sort of just put it in a little perspective, there are 198 seats, but there's a bar, stand-up bar with no seats. So there's
And
clearly gonna be
employees.
additional standing room. So even if their C of O is, if it's completely full, it's still over occupancy. It's just an observation. I also just want to point out, I think that that the same concerns were raised in the in Judge DeLuglio's report from the 500-foot hearing. I mean, he also had concerns as well, and I think that that's where the hours that we had asked you guys to consider imposing on the license, I think that those are reasonable hours, and I think that he actually thought that the hours should be earlier, but that's where those conversations ended. I think that we're willing to leave it with that, even though things may have changed. As far as the, and then this has nothing to do with the quality of the chef that's before you, but it's, we've been told this is so specific, that this narrow style of cooking from northern Italy is so unique. But the menu that I just got yesterday, this is the lateness of what we're talking about.
But see, that once
It's not
again,
particularly unique. It doesn't mean it's not great food.
no, I understand what you're saying, but that once again, when you're talking about the stage they're at, to sit there and think that he has actually put together in his mind exactly what he's going to cook is just unrealistic to me.
I'm not suggesting otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that they were the ones who focused the attention on the uniqueness of their food, not us.
Right.
The first menu that we got, which I think is in your submission, the first item on it is a poor boy slider. I'm not sure how that fits into northern Italian food, but that's.
I can't hear you.
That was the menu that was submitted. I'm not suggesting, like I said.
I mean,
it's
have
not
you
a
even put a
comment on
menu
the food.
together yet?
It's not.
Very much work.
That's what I thought.
I mean,
Something that I'm known for is under promising and over delivering.
Okay.
Irrespective, it's a concept menu, whatever it is. That's what we
Right.
normally get. That's
Right.
embodying, and I'm just.
But I think it's just
pointing out
tough for
the-
them to
Right.
answer your concerns.
Understood. I mean,
and be as specific as you'd like them to be when he's at the stage he's at of development. It's just not
most
realistic.
other applicants, we don't have this issue with.
Right. Well,
just-
and they're not
that's-
spending $25 million on a restaurant.
Well, I think the number of them do.
No.
I think whatever kind of food he's going to have, it's probably going to be pretty excellent, right? So who
point-
cares?
But they made.
Who
they
cares
made-
if they're selling
well, they said that-
cheeseburgers? Who
well,
cares?
They did. They do. And they told us that. It's in the submissions that you've gotten, that the uniqueness of their food and their custom tables are part of their public interest statement.
Great food is unique in my book, okay? Can we go down this list and start to wrap this up here?
Okay.
I'd like to get home before 1 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
You have all of these stipulations here, and it seems to me that what they've done is pretty much agreed to like 99.5% of everything that's on it. So,
Sure, and also I just wanted to point out that every single other floor in this building is licensed.
till 4 a.m., some of them, yes.
And
But
that's
as you pointed out, it was up until about a year ago, they were all licensed as well.
But that's true, but not past midnight and not
All
into
right,
the
no, I
hours
got
where
it,
there's an
yeah.
impact. And in the last 2 years, the number of licensed, for hire vehicles has doubled in the city. There's been significant issues here in this neighborhood with traffic studies, changes, and that still haven't worked, as far as mitigating these later night impacts. So that's our concern.
That's the
So-
Uber effect you're talking about?
I mean,
or-
it could be the Uber effect. There's, and they circle. The way those applications work is they have to circle because you're picking the car that's closest, and that's a huge impact in this area. And even though we've spent so much time as a community with the city trying to make these changes there, that's where the impacts later in the evening are. That's where the horn honking that you can hear from blocks away.
Yeah.
The entrance to the meat parking district is only through a couple of entrances because of the way the street situation is. That's
How long is that construction supposed to go on for?
for the
All the
plaza
construction in front of the,
that's a part of
on
that's-
Ninth?
That's the construction of the plaza area is a part of this. In fact, and it's redoing the cobblestones, trying to make it smoother.
Right.
And this is all part of this long ongoing impact. But the vehicles keep going up, and that's really the issue. So even though the changes are coming and it takes a long time and the budget, et cetera, the cars, you guys, the Uber effect, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I think that in 1 year they doubled the number of for hire vehicles, and those how people are getting in and out of the meatpacking district. So that's
He took a train.
Yeah.
Right, well, but that's right, but
Actually,
I think
no, actually,
later in the
I
evening-
drove down there from here yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so
You
I
lied
took
to
a
me.
car there. No, I took a train in New York City, but I drove from here to go down there. So I get it, you know,
So that's where the issues are, is the later evening hours. And during the week is when there's generally some peace.
All right, I think we've
right.
got what you're saying.
it's
Excuse me, I don't.
may I talk for a moment, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I think the whole area, I mean, it's a really nice area. It's gentrified very nice. I went there so I could get a feel for it because I knew this was going to be a long one, and I just wanted to see it for myself. I can understand the concerns of the residents, as always. It's an area that's it's nice and it's growing. It seems like there's more to go with it. So if the community board and the applicant here have come this far, can we close this up now? What else are we trying to do here? Okay, everything, there's 17 things on here, right? The second one here, just hours, and number 2 and number 9. If everything else on here is agreeable.
Number 9, we agree to. There's no dancing.
Right.
That's not a change. I just.
Okay, no dancing permitted.
See, the cross out was the word no.
Okay.
And I inserted it back again.
You did, it says no, okay. So let's just talk about number 2, hours of operation. Okay? We've already agreed to, I don't know where the chairman stands on this, but as far as the buyouts, we wanted a number for that. We did not want that 365 nights a year that was available. So we said 60, 70, something like that. We can come to terms on that.
We can do that right now.
Okay.
I don't want to prolong this any longer than you do.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford, we'll take the 60.
No, you're not getting 60.
Yeah.
We'll take
Whatever.
whatever.
We're gonna
That's the only.
Well, what are you thinking? It's not,
Chairman.
we're not negotiating with them, you're negotiating with me.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking?
He said 5, 4 or 5. I would maybe go 50 a year.
I'll go 40. So I'll split it at 45.
45, it is. So, and the hours here.
And these are full buyouts, no partial buyouts.
Full buyouts, that they are considered 8 and 9, the definition, yes, full buyouts.
So the hours of operation, you wanted it to be Sunday through Monday, 10 to 12, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday till 2. I don't really have a problem with that. I don't know how the chairman feels, but I don't have a problem with that.
I do. Thursday, Friday, Saturday till 2, 12 the other days.
So Sunday through Wednesday till 12, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday till 2. And
that's hard closing, not as, so that's out the door.
That's how
and 45 buyouts per year.
That's why the 230 was in at one time.
Yeah.
So we
No,
took
that's
that.
what I figured, yeah.
And all the rest of the stipulations you agree to?
Yes, we do.
Well, hold on. So the DJ's only allowed when you have a buyout?
That's correct.
What are you going to do
Yes, sir.
with people that are waiting out front?
We're not going to allow them.
No, I get that, but what are you going to do? Is there security? How are we doing this? Is it are you going to have an app that you beep them and then their reservations ready, or?
No, that was something that we discussed with the community planning board. We do not anticipate doing that. What we anticipate doing is not having security as we do, but having employees. So if we hear that, if our lounge area is filled, we'll send somebody upstairs to make sure, because we are not going to allow anybody to be online.
Okay.
That's why we designed the area downstairs so that they can go downstairs.
So you have a lounge area like holding tank?
Right by the bar.
Okay.
It's to have those people that are coming into the restaurant, and we haven't changed.
Okay. I mean, the other stipulations are all going to be in effect as well. I guess they're all, you're going to have the full dinner menu till closing. You've already agreed to that. You're going to have a contact for the community board and residents?
Absolutely.
And the alteration before you file it, you're going to meet with them?
Absolutely.
Okay. So all of these, Jackie, other than what we talked about, so I
Just need one of those sheets. I gave mine.
No.
I mean, I don't, I guess we can vote based on those stipulations. I don't have the concerns that the community board does only because of the chef that's involved, and I don't really believe that he would be involved based on what I know of him in a nightclub. He doesn't have that history, and I don't think he's going to change his career now or risk it to do something like that. So I think that since this was licensed previously, I don't think we've really changed much what the previous licensee did. This restaurant's going to be half the size of the old one, or maybe 2/3 the size. So it should not really affect anything. It should be less of an effect that Spice Market had. So I do think it's in the public interest, given the chef, the type of food, as well as the fact that it was previously licensed, and I don't think it's going to have any of the negative effects that are outlined in the statute.
You also have the support of NYPD and Village Chamber. Excuse me, just to add that to the record.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's talking about their public service. Yeah.
So Commissioner Ford, you're approving them with those same two modifications to the stipulations? The hours and the limit to the buyouts?
I stand corrected. Yes. Yes.
All right.
Good luck. Any questions? Do you have any questions? Carter, do you have questions?
I just, one question is how the buyouts in water. It's always an issue.
Can you send a letter when you're having a buyout to him? To them?
I don't think.
Or an email?
Or if they keep a roster.
Oh, yeah,
We'll
all right.
We'll keep it.
Yeah, yes, okay.
You know these things.
Yeah, keep a roster.
Right.
And then if we need to check, we'll get a complaint. If we need to check, then you'll have the roster.
Be better for all of us. Yes. Okay.
Any other questions? She looks like she has questions. Go ahead.
So I understand the chairman's position with regards to the 12, but I would really request that we have at least a 1. There are many other, I live in the community, I live in 20th and 7th. Our offices are on the same block around the corner. There are times where I don't get home till 10:30 at night, and I want to either go get out of my office and eat something, or...
The only problem I have with that is because, and I'm not saying you'd never get it, I want you to have a track record first. They clearly don't want that, and I think maybe if you came back in a year after you open, and I find out that there's no issue and that you're as popular as I expect you will be, then I probably would agree to that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Penn, are you ready to go back again? All right, we're going to recall 385 Lincoln Wine and Liquor, LLC.
You were busy, don't worry.
Yes, hold on 1 second. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the continuance, and you're absolutely correct. It is treated as a new application because the licensee that's there right now has no intention of renewing.
All right, but the bottom line is he's buying the store that already exists.
It's buying
The
the
location,
inventory.
correct.
Just-
Okay, I'll approve.
I'll approve as well.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Is it possible to get some kind of, what, the approval letter or the license? When would
It will
that
be
come out?
issued in the next day or two, okay?
Okay,
All right,
thank you very much. We'll treat
the
you
next
very
item, 3, 383, Tatuma LLC. Does anybody want their nice diagram back?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Members of the authority. Nice to see you. Ms. Held, Mr. Donahue.
Afternoon.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Chairman Bradley, this is Totuma LLC on 38th Street. There was an issue with the community board. We didn't receive the notice, neither did the applicant. We met with them 2 weeks ago, unanimously approved, and that was the only issue on this application.
Yeah, it seemed like they had some procedural issues. Is that,
Did we get a letter from them?
have anything showing that they're?
No, I had something that they were meeting with I can't even read my own writing, but.
I think
bear
I
with
met
me.
last Tuesday, we went? It was last Tuesday,
Yeah, like
so
the-
maybe you'll get it any day. Or
20th or something like that?
Yes,
I don't think we
correct.
we received anything. Not to date. I looked yesterday.
If it aids, I could give them a call also and just have them forward me a copy and you a copy.
You're telling me it was unanimously voted on with no restrictions?
No restriction, no? We have no, oh, they did, what did they ask us to do? Oh, they asked, no restrictions, there was a cutting board or something, not a board, something from a prior owner with bike, and they asked us to remove it. That was it. We don't have any.
So there's no stipulations, nothing?
No, we didn't sign anything, no.
Unless you want to put some on. Place was revoked before.
I know.
Huge.
This is what you call it. This is right in the middle of Hell's Kitchen, right?
It's on the, ending the corner, like toward more, in the middle of the street. It's so tiny. It's less than 500 square feet. It maybe seats 22 people maximum. He's only asking for alcoholic beverage to help with the rent because people are asking.
Oh, he's open
for it.
now.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
a restaurant. He's been a restaurant for a year.
So you're doing karaoke and DJ and stuff now?
No, we're asking for it just if they ask for it because we don't want to be out of compliance, but no. We just want to make sure we have all the bases covered, Chairman Bradley. No fines, no, we don't want any fines or penalties.
And you told the community board that you're going to have karaoke, DJ, and...
Correct.
And you're also asking for waiver of the two restroom.
Yeah, because that's how tiny we are. Yeah.
Okay.
I vote to approve pending receipt
I'll
of that
get that to
letter
you.
from the,
I'll vote to approve too,
Before
assuming that the letter comes back that they have approved this entire method of operation.
Okay, I will get that to you before the end of the week. I'll just
Okay.
go over physically. Thank you, members of the authority.
Thank you, good luck.
Next item, 413, Bassin Blue West Indian and American Cuisine LLC.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner, members of the authority. I'm here, Michael James, representing the applicant Bassin Blue, West Indian, and American Cuisine. We're actually here for the purpose of the license being heard because it's located within the village of Hempstead. We met with the deputy mayor who consented to approval of it. He stepped out before he could.
He already gave his opinion to us.
Okay.
This is one of the ones he didn't have an issue with, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you have, what are your hours?
Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. On Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 12, 9 a.m. to 11, and on Sunday, 9 a.m. to 8
You
p.m.
open now?
Yes. Been open since 2014?
Oh, okay. All right, I'll approve.
When I hear hours like that, it just
What
makes
were
me
the-
go, it's a no-brainer, okay.
What was the Friday and Saturday? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday hours closing at?
To 11.
To 11.
To 11.
And
I think
nine-
does the app-
And 9 on Sunday?
9 to 8 on Sundays.
8 on Sundays. Yeah.
Got
Of
it.
course, it's a bona fide restaurant. It's nothing else.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay, thank you. Have a good
Next
night.
item, 379, M&J Catering Hall, Inc. 379.
Good afternoon, members of the authority, once again. I have the applicant Elvis Silverio here.
I thought you were a lawyer earlier.
He should be. He's also the president and director of the Latino Restaurant Association, yeah.
Okay.
He loves this stuff. Just to give you a history, if I may, Chairman Bradley. This was a hall that was applied for 2 years ago by an applicant who was operating an unlicensed premises. By the 44th precinct continuously arrested the owner. He didn't understand that he wasn't supposed to have an unlicensed location, but he said he didn't sell alcohol. He never had disciplinaries. Why was this happening? So finally, I explained to him, he wasn't selling. People were bringing it in. This was a catering establishment. He applied as Galaxy, then they denied him, and he wanted to be Cosmic Party Hall. They denied him, so finally he lost his lease. I presented it to Mr. Silverio. Mr. Silverio has no disciplinaries with the Liquor Authority. He runs Ruby Rosa's little lounge restaurant in Queens. He's also, again, the president of the National Restaurant Association. He has a track record with the Liquor Authority, and I thought that this was a great opportunity for him. The issue with the police department, one of the main one was parking. He's already resolved that, and I'll let him explain should you have any questions.
Good afternoon. I spoke to the 44th precinct, and one of the main reasons was a parking issue. So we hired a valet company, and also I spoke to 4 different parking lots in the area, which are going to be giving discounts to customers who I sent there. If you have let's say an SUV, it's $13. They'll charge you $7, just to the fact that you're coming from M&J.
And you're cooking the food on site?
Yes.
So you're gonna have stove, you have a kitchen or what? Yeah.
We have
You got the
images
pictures
for
there.
your review and
I got
consideration.
pictures if you want to see before and after.
And this isn't gonna be open to the public, right?
No. This is only by events.
And here are the bigger images of what it was like before, so he completely renovated the location, actually himself.
Yeah.
Because he does construction, and and this is the security guard company agreement, so that we don't have, there's always gonna be security for any catered event. Considering the neighborhood,
I've been using 5 Point for over 8 years. I'm going to bring them on board in this location.
Then the CB signed off on this too? And we disapproved him, or was it someone else?
Somebody else.
Someone else.
Okay.
Wilda, I forgot her name, Wilda,
But she was having the public bring the food in.
yeah.
That was her. Not the public, I mean the party goers brought their own food.
Oh, I got my father as a chef. He's going to be cooking on site.
All right. And your DJ, live music, what else?
Karaoke, if
needed, I doubt
but
it.
they don't really use karaoke, but we put it in because, again, we don't want any.
And dancing, you're gonna have dancing?
Yes, it's permitted by the CBO.
Okay, I'll approve, since the CB approves.
I'll approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you. Can I take those pictures?
They are.
Oh, Tom?
Oh, yeah.
Tom, he wants those pictures back.
He wants the real photos back. No, here.
We have,
But I sent you
These aren't
big
those,
photos,
right?
you get whatever you want.
so,
Thank you, gentlemen, have a good
Yep.
night.
Let me take
Can-
these because I don't have the kitchen.
Thank you.
$327, Sabre Colombiano Enterprises, Inc.
Good evening, Board.
Afternoon. Something you don't see every day. Village reversed themselves.
Yes. Okay, and we are here because in the board, the full board asking for a police department letter, and we had the letter for the mayor over there in Spring Valley, New York, Rockland Country.
Yeah, no, you got the board to approve it, so we're fine with it, but they want, what time are you closing?
And Monday to Thursday, 12, on the weekends, 4.
Did the board approve that?
They approve only for wind and beer. They don't give me this.
No, I know, but did
for
they
the
approve those hours?
No, they don't approve. They don't.
Who
They
does?
don't approve the others.
Do they know what your hours are going to be, the board, the town board?
Sí, sí.
See, we got a letter from or a resolution from the town board,
No, we don't ask for hours.
and they didn't talk to you about hours.
No, sir.
Okay, well, they should have, but, since they didn't tell us what they want, I'm going to approve it.
Thank you, sir.
As is.
All right. Thank you so much.
Approved, yes.
So we're granting reconsideration and approving.
Correct.
No restrictions with the hours.
No restrictions on hours.
Right. They should have asked.
Next
Well,
item,
they'll just
321,
receive something
JA
from the
Express
police
Food
department, but
Corp.
They're still opposed.
If the
That's
town
a
board, the town
Going
board
once,
runs the police
going
department.
twice.
No 321?
That's my view, right? I mean, isn't that your view?
347, Our Community Grocery Corp. 347.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Alvarado. I'm the sole owner of Our Community Grocery Corp.
So this is a reconsideration. I'm granting reconsideration. Why am I granting reconsideration?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Did you sign all the documents yourself?
So at closing with the previous owner, we had to sign a bunch of documents. So at the end, we got sloppy with the paperwork, and there was an issue with the signatures.
Yeah,
because
it's
they
a big
weren't
issue with the
consistent.
signatures.
So
Doesn't
we
look
went-
like yours.
We went back to the attorney, and we made the attorney made us an an amendment to the contract just for the signature pages.
Well, I'm also talking about the documents to the application. The documents like the bond. That wasn't listed in the reconsideration, but that was the second part as to why we disapproved.
So is it fair to say that every signature that purports to be your name, you signed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm going to send this back to licensing.
There was also an issue with the lease.
Well, the chairman is agreeing to send it back to licensing, so if there's some issues,
they'll work it out
we'll
with
work
you.
it out there.
Yes.
So we still have to wait for Commissioner Ford.
Back to licensing, so you're still alive. All right.
Thank you.
No, he's going to resign.
Next item is 326,
But why would
Team,
they, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Tom. Why would they sign?
326, Team Papelita, Inc. Apologize if I pronounced that wrong.
326?
The minute
326.
He says he did. then-
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner, members of the board. My name is Argelio Rodriguez, and I'm here to present on Team Papelera, Inc., DBA Castro. I'm also here with the principal, Jada Valerio Rodriguez, and I'm also here with Joshua Griffiths, who's a consultant with 15 years' experience in events and catering, who also handled Jada's baby shower, and that's how they met. I'd like to first start off by explaining this business, Castro, represents something. The word Castro is actually the name of the oldest gay community in San Francisco, within the United States, and it's known as the center of gay activism. We feel that I wanted to point that out at the beginning because one of the main concerns here, based on the memorandum issued by the authority, is whether this application is in the public interest. And one of the points we've insisted on throughout our papers is that this would be the only gay establishment serving the Latino community within northern Manhattan, and one of only 2 gay establishments in general in the northern Manhattan area. So I wanted to first start off with explaining that there's significant support here in the way of politicians. So I did want to point out that State Senator Marisol Alcántara provided a letter of support around the time where we were preparing the application. We had a 500-foot rule hearing in this case. It was during a blizzard, actually, on January 4th. Shortly thereafter, I learned that Councilman Idanis Rodriguez also issued a letter of support, which the authority has not received, and if they would like to see it, I can present it.
No, I believe you. I assume we are going to see it? I mean, it's going to be
I'm
sent
gonna
to
be-
us?
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes.
don't need to see it now.
Okay. And so I also wanted to point out that ALJ Damplo, during the 500-foot rule hearing and during her decision, she explained that granting the liquor license may be in the public interest, and it seemed then from her decision that she was leaning towards the position that it is in the public interest. And she said that it should be referred to the members of the full board for further discussion. I also wanted to point out that in response to Community Board 12 and 34 Precinct opposition, I did send a follow-up to ALJ Damplo, and that email which was requested by her, and I sent that to the authority last week to include in the record, and it basically goes, point by point as to responding to the opposition that was given to us on that day. And so I
Do we have
did.
that email?
So I supplemented the record with, so after the 500-foot rule hearing, ALJ Damplo asked me to, asked me to respond to CB 12's resolution.
Yeah, this was
And so I forwarded that to the authority last
This is
week.
after the 500-foot decision was written or before?
This was after the 500-foot rule hearing.
But before
and
the
she
decision
used
was
it as
written.
a basis for her decision. Does that make sense? Did I explain?
And did the community board get an opportunity to submit anything, or you don't know?
They submitted their resolution, and so they actually
okay.
they submitted their resolution.
Okay.
Well, actually, to be more so they submitted the resolution, and it was a part of the record for the 500-foot rule hearing. We never received the resolution, so we weren't aware as to the grounds
Yep.
that they were objecting. And so, largely, as a general matter, their grounds for objecting have to do with the previous administration, the previous operator there. And so, I did want to hand this off briefly to Joshua Griffiths, who the principal consults with to discuss these kinds of matters, so he can address issues like the issues that arose with the previous operator, things like noise, things like occupancy, things like licensing of security guards.
Hi, how are you? My name is Joshua Griffiths. I'm the owner of KG Fair Catering and Events. We've been in business since 2008, and my experience has been for clients in a consultory capacity of managing and making sure that they kind of conform with all of the rules and regulations. As far as my business is concerned, it's always about building relationships with clients, building relationships with communities, and following all of the laws. So in that capacity, when it comes to things like the sound from the business, we always kind of consult people in the sense of double doors, making sure that one door is always closed at all times, working with the community, talking to them, creating partnerships with people in the area, talking to them and making sure that their issues are.
So how long are you going to be involved with this place?
I think that it's going to depend on how I do, obviously, in a consultory capacity. If things are going well, I would hope to continue a long relationship, but at this point in time, that is undefined.
And you own a place called the Triangle Grill? It's not licensed?
I can speak to that. To be specific, the license is conditionally approved. It hasn't been issued due to Department of Buildings delay.
So we already licensed her?
Well, she's been conditionally approved. We have not picked up the license.
No, but I'm saying, did that come here or no?
I'll look it up.
No, it did not.
It didn't?
No.
Okay. All right.
And so I like to just.
So what are your hours?
So.
Let her, she can talk to me now. Why don't you let her get the mic? What are your hours going to be?
Well, opening, our hours are not set in stone, but opening where it's going to be to have juices and fresh.
Oh, I don't care. I'm more concerned about closing.
Most likely like 9 or 10 p.m. for
No, I'm
now.
talking about here.
Oh, you're talking about
The Castro, yeah.
Well, I was considering having like a schedule throughout the week and then like a later schedule Friday, Saturday.
So what are we?
I wanted 4 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and then throughout the week, Monday through Thursday, maybe like 2 a.m. And then, or maybe Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 a.m., and then Monday
Are
through
you
Thursday.
familiar with what happened at the last place? The last people that owned this?
Well, when we went to the community board, I seen a couple of complaints and stuff, but
Well, we ended up revoking the license, which is why no one has really tried to get one, I guess. In October? Right?
Yeah, still looks like.
Because they had a lot of problems. Noise, over maximum occupancy. Basically, they mismanaged the place, which is really what the community board is concerned about, because it obviously started affecting the neighborhood, and that's when, and then it got really out of hand. So we ended up taking the license away at the expiration date.
In response, Chairman, Jada, Ms. Valerio, and I, we did go to the community board together, and I was aware of the prior disciplinary history. And so I explained that to Ms. Valerio, so this is a purchase. And so I explained this to Ms. Valerio, and then we also went to the community board meeting, and we basically laid out what our plans were in terms of the operation. Their main thing was the history of the prior operator there, and so we did our best to explain how we would do things differently, that a lot of the issues were pretty much compliance-based, and, you know, you can, for example, for occupancy, you can check the number of people coming in. For noise, you can keep the noise at a reasonable level, and so as, for example...
Well, I mean, I think we all know how to make sure these things don't happen. The question is executing it. And
Absolutely.
I need to, that's why I want her to talk, because I need to make sure that I believe she is going to execute it.
Absolutely. So if I can pass that on.
I mean, I definitely have all, you know, I definitely want to make sure that everything is within compliance. I want to make sure that it reopens and the community is welcome to the new space. I want to kind of keep the same name.
So what are you going to do, though? So the other place is obviously going to open shortly, Triangle Grill. Are you working there, too, at Triangle Grill as a consultant? No, okay. So, and that's in Brooklyn, right?
That's in Brooklyn, yes.
So which one are you going to be working at?
Well, the one in Brooklyn, it's really mostly open up in the daytime for now. It's a chicken restaurant. Chicken and like fresh juices is what our concept is. So I would be working there. I do have management there, and I do have someone that will be overseeing that as well. So my main focus is reopening Castro, because I mean, I grew up in that community.
So you're going to be there daily?
Yes, I will be there daily.
And what's the music situation?
I live 2 blocks away from there.
Oh,
I mean, I
okay.
grew up, I've been there all my life.
And what's the music, what are your plans for music? As far as, is it going to be DJ, live music, just
Well,
recorded background music?
I mean, recorded. I mean, if you guys would permit me to have a DJ on certain days, I mean, I'm not sure what.
Did you ask for one or no?
No, we did not ask for a DJ.
Well, you'd have to file it.
All right, I didn't know.
I'm not going to go to 4 a.m.
You know, I did want to address that.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, when we discuss things, that's what we represented to the community board, and so if asked with that question, that's what we would respond. However, we are completely flexible to an earlier closing time if that would weigh in favor of an approval. And so that is what we presented to the community board, but that's a flexible concept.
Yeah. I'd be willing to give you 1 during the week and 2 on the weekends. That's it. He has to chime in also, but
No, I'm good.
I'm just
So I'll
saying,
approve under those hours.
looking at the history of the place and take into account those who support you and those who don't, so.
Can we ask also, that be done on a fixed time period where we can show good performance and a strong disciplinary history and a good relationship with the police.
Our
that we can
standard-
come back, because I don't want to come back after a history of success.
Yeah.
And then, the full board always points out that you.
You've been here enough to know that we're not going to guarantee how we're going to vote. Neither one of us may even be here. So obviously, you can apply for anything you want whenever you want. But I would suggest that you do have some level of track record before you do.
We usually say at least a year. Like, don't come back in 5 or 6 months, at least a year of a clean record.
And
then
so,
we can talk.
could we just be clear then on which days are 2 a.m.?
Are we Sunday through Wednesday at 1 p.m.? Or sorry, 1 a.m. and Thursday through Saturday 2 a.m.? Is that what you're looking at?
That's fine.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, 2 a.m., yes.
No restrictions with respect to music?
No.
Well, they only applied for.
They only applied for recorded,
Recorded, so
there's.
that's all they're going to have.
Yeah. So be careful about the DJ. You're not allowed to have one. Yeah. If you want one, you have to file for it.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Here. Good luck.
Next item, 384, 31 NAH Candy Corp. Okay, no takers. How about 351, Elmsford Cafe LLC?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Bradley. Good afternoon, Commissioner Ford. Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner Hill. Good afternoon, Council Riano.
Good afternoon.
I'm Gary Alexander Jenkins of the firm of Papalardo and Papalardo, Pappalrdo twice, in Scarsdale, 700 White Plains Road, Suite 355, Scarsdale, New York, 10583. Retained attorney and counsel to Elmsford Cafe LLC and Pick and Roll Soul, a restaurant located at 49 Mamaroneck Avenue in White Plains.
So council's requested that we withdraw charge 5, so we're withdrawing charge 5.
Thank you.
Are they fixing this stuff?
Yes, I came expressly for that purpose, to bring you up to speed. And I'll be honest, my client, tell you a bit about him. Torrey is a professional basketball player overseas. He went to Holy Cross and got a 4-year degree on time in marketing. He's from the projects of White Plains, and this was his lifelong dream to have a restaurant. But he made some very bad mistakes early on, which we are trying to help him rectify. Number one, he didn't hire a lawyer. So he opened up his business by having his uncle review his paperwork, and that began a problem because the paperwork he had gave rise to some of the issues, which are why we are here today. He now has a good crew of attorneys, humbly speaking. I've been involved in this for quite some time. It's nice to see what was Secretary Held, Deputy Commissioner Held, who I spoke to on the phone when I've called. And I said, oh, I spoke to, you're the real secretary? Yes, I don't have underlings. I pick my phone up and do my work. So I remember we had that discussion.
I don't think I would have used the term underlings, but it's something similar to that, okay?
That was my term. I said, oh, you don't have any underlings? She goes, no, I answer my phone. I do good work every day. So the situation was they didn't have a lawyer. So his contracts, his sublease, the assignment of his license, it was a mess. And we're trying to resolve it. But perhaps the single worst thing he did, and we spoke to Ms. Marsico about this ad nauseum and at length. And she's wonderful, by the way. She really worked closely with us and directed us on how to proceed. If I could meet her, I would tell her thank you for all the kindness and the direction. But the problem we had was we had a bad relationship with the police department. And that came about because one of the individuals who Torrey had charged to manage the place doesn't have good people skills. And we had a meeting with Chief Fitzgibbons and Lieutenant Moskalik, and it was expressed to us in no uncertain terms that they want Torrey to be in business. It's the first African-American establishment on Mamaroneck Avenue, perhaps in history, but he had to resolve the way he dealt with the police, meaning his people, his underlings, if you will. But they told us in no uncertain terms the gentleman who was speaking with them had to go, that he had been obstructionist as far as letting the police in. He didn't speak to them properly, and we gave them our firm promise. And Torrey flew in from Iceland just to sit there with Chief Fitzgibbons and told her that he would make sure he'd have somebody there who would deal with the police in the manner in which they should be dealt with respect and dignity and honor, which is how White Plains Police Department treats all of its citizens. And that was the main thing we left with the meeting. I have in the file that we requested that meeting. I'm not sure if my letter just detailing what we decided came from that meeting, but the chief said that if you wanted to call her and ask her about this, she'd be happy to accept that phone call. And she believes in Tory. She knows who he is. He's a bit of a celebrity in our community. And he's a beacon of hope to other African Americans who can now dream that they can own a restaurant on Mamaroneck Avenue. But a lot of stuff was done wrong. I'd be the first one to admit that. John Papalato and I, who has a sterling reputation in Scarsdale, he represents the Police Benevolent Association, and I'm of counsel to that firm. Tory has retained us, and we are working with him daily to ensure that he gets in compliance. As far as some of the other issues that are reflected in the file, we were able to go to White Plains City Court and get everything dismissed except for one matter, which I entered a no contest plea to, which was having a cabaret. Now, we were fighting over the devices. I'm old. I'm 56 as of this Sunday, and I didn't have all these many devices that play music. But these people have virtual DJs, cell phones, computers that play music. You put on a channel, and the YouTube mix plays. So they don't have a DJ, but we fell on the sword and filed no contest, pled no contest, because Lieutenant Moskalik said, I heard the music coming outside, and that's enough for a cabaret for me. In the interest of getting along with the chief and the police department, we took a no contest plea and pled guilty to that. But the other cases were dismissed against Tory and against...
So who's running this place now?
They have a...
Is he still in Europe playing basketball?
He's still in Europe playing basketball, but what I did was, because I've been in this business for a while, I could name drop, the one name that I'll drop is Michael Vann, who ran many of the top restaurants in New York, B. Smith's restaurant, Amy Roof's, and the Shark Bar. He's now a consultant to Tory and advising him on how to proceed. They have a new person on staff. Tory hired a young lady who is in law school. She's going to be communicating with the police. The gentleman who they didn't want is now relegated to the back room to help with the cooking. He will never be a problem again. So we've taken steps to make sure that we do everything that Chief Fitzgibbons gave us to do, Lieutenant Moskalik gave us to do, and we believe that if you contact them, they feel better about Tory and his business now. As far as moving forward, we know the problem. Ms. Marsico was very explicit in the problem with the license. They had filled out a transfer document. The attorney they used, or Elmsford Cafe had used, had provided for a sharing of the revenue, which is in direct contravention of the statute. You're not allowed to be in business if you transfer your license. They did an amendment to that, and an addendum which says they're not sharing revenue, so we believe they're in compliance. But I was also told, and I'm being straightforward, Ms. Marsico said that that is one of the most serious offenses that the board frowns upon, operating under a license that's not properly conveyed. And that's why I pled no contest. We have to admit it. They didn't have proper counsel.
So where are you on this?
Right. But now it's going to be right.
Okay.
So I'll close by saying thanks for the chance to be here. I see how the process works. I can come a little later than 10 and still get seen. I had to get
And you might be here at 10 if I don't stop you. So
I had to get a colleague to cover a case downtown, but I'm glad I got a chance to watch and see. And I'm also glad to say that I heard things that really brightened my spirit. That you said, Chairman, everyone here is a nice person. We don't want to put anybody out of business, but we have to ensure compliance and protect our society. And
did I say that?
Yeah, oh, yeah, it was very eloquent. Play back the tape.
No, we're not playing any tapes back. Where are you?
It was a moment of weakness for him, believe me.
I played enough tapes back in the last day.
I don't know, 5,000?
Thank you.
Oh, we're not done yet.
He offered 10.
Oh, did he? Did I miss
I'll
that?
do 5,000.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We'll do 5, and if I ever need a lawyer in White Plains, I'm coming to see you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And it really is nice to see you after all those years of talking. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you.
I've got underlings and an intern.
I would never refer to my staff as underlings, ever.
Do something else.
Next item is 323 Scar Pizza LLC.
You didn't get here at 10, did you?
Yep, sure did.
I moved all those cases to the end of the calendar.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
A little acknowledgement. Good afternoon, Secretary Donahue. Joseph Levy here on behalf of my client, Scar Pizza LLC. I have with me the namesake of the restaurant, Scar, proprietor and owner.
Where's the scar?
What's his name?
Oh, is it?
The application before you is for an upgrade from a restaurant wine to an on-premise liquor license for a restaurant that's been in business for about 2 years now. As you can see from the community board resolution that was sent to you, the community board did not want to approve this. They could not find a public interest, but they also didn't include anything in their resolution that was negative at all. They said they don't find that there's a public benefit here because of the size of the place and because of their menu. There are no complaints about this place. He's become a neighborhood institution in the few years he's been open. You see his hours of operation. You see how many people can occupy the space at one time. You see the type of place this is. It's also worth noting that at the community board meeting, we received 70 signatures in support from immediate residents, and you guys know the way that Community Board 3 counts these immediate residents. They have to be super close to count. We also received a letter of support from the Neighborhood Block Association for Orchard Street. And again, this board is no stranger to Community Board 3 or the block associations in the East Village on Orchard Street. So to come before you with a letter of support from the local block association we thought was pretty significant. In addition to the support, there's no one here today, nor was there anyone at the 500-foot rule hearing opposing this.
So what was their issue then?
You tell me. You have the resolution.
Well, I mean, they don't really say.
Exactly.
But then you have the Orchard Street Block Association, which, you know, they're not somebody that supports things easily.
Correct. So, I mean, Scar has amassed a great amount of press in the few years he's been open. I'll just hand you up. I don't want to flood you with paperwork. So what I will do is I will just give you a list of some of the noteworthy press that we've received. Recently, you see the publications that have been covering this. You know, this isn't just like a neighborhood rag. It's like elevated than that.
This is a sit-down pizza place?
Yeah. There's
How many people?
28 seats. There's a small counter where people can seat as well as tables and chairs. Good.
And takeout too? You do a lot of takeout or no?
We do a lot of delivery and, pick up orders. We work with Slice and Postmates. We can't use Seamless because we get too many orders.
Yeah.
So
you've had your wine beer license, what, for almost 2 years now?
Correct. And
With
what we hear,
with nothing?
no issues, no complaints. The most immediate people to them would be the Block Association folks, and they supported it. It donates to charities in the neighborhood, gets involved with the local schools.
These were their original steps.
You know, what we hear oftentimes at community board meetings throughout Manhattan are sometimes community boards don't want any more full liquor license establishments in their neighborhood, and that's sort of their basis for saying no. And, you know, not every pizza place is a grab a slice and go type of pizza place. Scar's place is rather unique. He mills his own flours, picks his own tomatoes, makes all of his own ingredients. Everything's 100% natural. Nothing comes from a can. That's not something that a lot of pizza places can boast. And, you know, the reviews and the positive feedback from the people who live there and his regulars, you know, kind of speaks for itself here. And
You have a
again,
bar?
There's a counter. It's like a counter.
So it's not, so it's.
8 seats, right?
8 seats.
Oh, and people sit there and eat.
8 slices, drink beer.
So it's not a bar with stools.
I mean, you see the hours of operation. This would die as a bar because they close at 11.
But I mean, is it like, I'm trying to picture what you're talking about. It's just a counter with, who's behind the counter?
There's a bartender. It's not a bar per se, but just to help people out.
Okay.
The things we have an oven.
So you're serving the wine from there, okay. And then you have tables that seat another 20 people.
Yeah, they sit about 20 people.
Yeah, I can see if I have a diagram here
Yeah,
for you.
you didn't get the diagram?
I probably did.
Yeah, okay, just,
flipped it.
right.
Anyway, so
I do have the diagram, yeah.
the substance of the application is maintaining the method of operation, increasing, obviously, the ability to enhance their drink list from just beer and wine to full spirits to help to kind of curate that experience more. The only other item of note is that as far as the hours go, you'll note that they were approved to midnight 7 days a week. They're interested in moving to 11 p.m. on Sundays, keeping the midnight Monday through Thursday, and going to 1 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays as well. Again, this was sort of not mentioned in the resolution anywhere, other than it stated that that's what we asked for. That's what was on our petition signatures. That's what we presented to the Block Association, who we met with, and that's what's been approved by everybody except for the community board thus far.
So you're going to kick it back an hour on Sunday, stay at midnight Monday through Thursday, and then 1 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
Correct. And again, background music, small place, pizza, good ingredients. They want to do some
Are
cocktails.
you adding private parties? Is that an addition to what's going on here?
Adding private parties in one sense.
Like,
You're going to shut the place down and have parties?
Sometimes we have buyouts. We have Louis Vuitton coming up in March. But like rarely. That's like once every 3 months, if that. But we don't fill up. We don't go over our capacity. We only go up to like 28.
Yeah.
We don't do something crazy. We don't do parties or anything like that. So.
So why, I mean, that's one thing that they did say, right?
you
The
mentioned
community-
in the community board stipulation that you're looking for 10 private
Yeah,
parties.
so this application was originally administratively approved, meaning you don't have to appear, you just sign their standard stipulations within certain parameters, and one of those is that you don't do that. So when we actually did appear, they asked if we wanted to do that, and we said, you know, we might do it occasionally. It's not a big part of our business model, and they asked about how many times a year, so we just kind of threw that number out there.
You say 10?
10, right?
And you're not having happy hours?
No, not even have that.
I don't know how the chairman feels, but I don't have any problem with any of this, hours that you asked for. I'll give you 12 buyouts, one a month. Make it easy to keep track of.
We don't even get. The reason I don't do is we get a lot of people wanting to rent it out.
Yep.
I don't do it because I don't want to disappoint the people in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
A lot of them want me to shut it down and.
Or your
don't
regular,
even serve slices out the window, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that.
or your regular clientele. You don't want to tick them off either, right? So.
I just don't want people to come in and be disappointed because we get a lot of people that come from outside of the neighborhood.
Up to 12 a year.
So we'll
Yeah.
take the 12. We may not use them all, but we're happy to
Gotcha.
take them. Thank you.
All right, yeah, I'll approve under those conditions.
Great. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is 360. It's 215 Christie LLC.
Good afternoon, Donald Bernstein for the licensee. This is a disciplinary with 3 charges. The first one was not sustained. The other 2 was just failure to post signs in a newly opened hotel.
500.
I was going to ask, because this licensee has had hotels since the mid-'80s, that we may get a letter of warning for this first-time violation.
What's this hotel?
This is the public hotel. It's owned by
Oh,
Ian
yeah,
Schrager that created the boutique hotel in the mid-'80s and has.
What's his name?
Ian Schrager.
I had letter.
You're telling me Ian Schrager can't afford 500?
No, he can afford it.
Letter of warning.
Thank you.
Actually, I had written down letter of warning too, and I thought it was a great opinion by the ALJ too.
Yeah, we kind of did too.
I bet you did. All right.
Thank you.
Next item, 335 Soho Ludlow, Inc.
So, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned.
Hold
Don
on, what's the
Bernstein
number?
again.
335.
Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned Soho House earlier. This is their outpost on Ludlow Street. This is called Ludlow House. There were 6 charges. I think 3 of them were for not posting signs. 1 was municipal code violations. Charge 4 was not sustained. We request that be dismissed. And charge 5 on Cabaret, the only thing I'd point out is that there's nothing in this decision that says anything about dancing. Nothing in the statement of facts, nothing in the conclusion.
So sustain 1, 2, 3, dismiss 4, sustain 5, and 6. And I think I had a problem with this decision myself.
Well, 5 was just.
I mean, I found it hard to discern what was presented, to be honest with you.
Well, that's why we would request that 4 and 5 be dismissed. 5 was the charge of unlicensed cabaret, but there's nothing in here that says anything about people dancing, either in the recitation of the facts.
All
or the
right, I'll
testimony.
dismiss that too.
All right.
2,000.
2,000.
Thank you.
All right.
Next item, 386 Brooklyn Pavilion Rest, Catering and Cultural Center, Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone. Argelio Rodriguez here for Brooklyn Pavilion
So I'm
Restaurant.
going to cut to the chase here because it's getting late. The guy that made the false statements is no longer on this license, correct?
He's no longer on the license. Right after that disapproval, he's not involved in this business. So right
Okay.
after that
Mine.
disapproval,
Is he still involved?
All right, so
Yeah.
he's not going to work there, he's not getting any money from it or anything? Okay.
No.
You're having live recorded and DJ music?
yes, and Kevin can explain that if you need to.
No. You're going to close 2 to 6 times a month for parties and catering?
Well, it's private events, and the nature of those events are things like wedding receptions, things like baby showers, community and family-based events.
So what are the hours?
Speak to it.
What are the hours?
The hours that were proposed to the community board were 11 a.m. To 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
Okay, those are the hours.
There you go.
So this is not ever going to be open to the public, it's only private events?
No, this is an application for a rest. This is a.
Oh, right, okay, so you're going to close, how often, you think you're going to have private events 2 to 6 times a month, though?
That was given just to be safe, although I was just speaking
Well,
to
why don't we
Kevin,
make
it
that
doesn't look
number
like that.
closer, like, that's a big range there, why don't we try to
It could
iron
be-
that out?
Yeah, it could be 2 to 4. That's what we were discussing.
Okay. 2 to 4 private parties a month. And security, do you have any, are you going to have any?
There's no security. Most of the events are going to be family-based, and we don't expect them to go very late.
Okay, I'm good. I'll approve under those conditions.
Same here. Thank you.
Next item, 403, Romana Grocery Store Corp.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Franklin Janeo.
Same thing with you. I'm granting the reconsideration. It's going back to licensing.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Well, wait a minute.
Ditto. All right.
Next item, 364, 856 River Ave Rest Corp. Once. That was Mr. Flynn. Is Mr. Flynn gone? You want to stay around? Okay. That's the one item you talked, okay. Next item, 399.
What are we doing with this? We're not going to,
I was just going to put it in a second to get to. Want to do it now? We can do it now.
oh, he's not coming back?
No.
So I'll accept.
What was that again now?
It was 364.
Yeah.
Oh, this is over 3,000. We'll accept.
All right, 399 and 400, A&M Lounge Rest, Inc.
Yep. 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's the 14th.
314.
314, okay.
Thank you.
Next item, 414, Overtime Bar and Lounge Corp.
Were you just like walking back and forth?
Yeah, I forgot.
Except,
You're going faster than I can go. Which one now?
414.
Only 750? Accept.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Is anybody here in 407? That's YOLO, You Only Live Once LLC.
We had pulled it initially.
yeah.
It was pulled out because.
Yeah, no, I know. I
Lucas
gotta find
signed
it.
in incorrectly.
Are they here? Oh, you're here on YOLO?
Yes.
Are you Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Khalil. I bought into the corporation with Mr. Gonzalez, and my name was added to the corporation as a member.
And your,
Hold on for a second.
his grocery license got canceled in November of 2 years ago
Yes.
for sales of minors.
November
No,
last year?
No, this past year.
Oh, 17, right.
Yeah.
But that was an offer. I actually looked at that. We probably would not have canceled it, so.
I
You want it out.
I resigned it,
Yeah.
or I didn't give it back.
So I'm okay with this.
Corporate change, yeah. Approved.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any number other than 353? No. 353 Franklin Park LLC.
Okay, I have 5 matters on. This is a request for reconsideration. It was on January 10th,
Yeah.
and a penalty was
As
imposed. of
much as this
$3,500.
pains me, I think you're right, and I'm granting the reconsideration and dismissing.
Yep. That's right. I had to.
Outstanding.
Off to a good start.
Never to be brought again.
Well, that's
Mr. Riano.
387.
I'll need a name, Thomas.
Another one. Look at this guy.
Pub Inc.
Which one?
Feeney's Pub
Feeney's
Inc.
Pub, yep.
You're on a roll here, so just keep
Dismiss
your mouth-
1 and dismiss 2.
Thank you.
387.
All right.
Dismiss.
You're either the best lawyer in New York or your guys are all innocent.
All innocent. I select the only
Aye.
the finest.
Keeping his roll going, number 418, Ritmo 60s Inc.
Wow. Dismiss 1.
That's good, too.
The odds
I
are-
hope
the odds
this
are
tape,
against me.
I
The
hope
odds are
this,
against me.
I hope this tape is still working so he can show this to his, it's like his
luck is ru-
marketing.
His luck is about to run out. so
Yeah,
it's okay.
well, we'll see,
You
we'll
okay
see.
with that,
We'll
Commissioner?
see.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
He's going to show this all your future clients.
319, Wine Window Inc.
This is
Default.
a change in, no, it's not a default. It is a
It's a-
default,
it's a
but it's a
default.
long, complicated story. It's not a default, it's a change of the
It's 3 o'clock. It's not.
assumed trade name. And I was defaulted because I failed to produce the filing receipt timely, but the application was pending. So I was defaulted for failure to produce the
Oh, that's right.
filing receipt. I have since received the filing receipt and have had the license amended, and I now have the correct DBA on the license certificate.
Good for you.
All right.
You responded to the prosecutor, but not with a plea, just with the paperwork. That's that, right?
No, I had signed the conditional plea on behalf of the client.
What was the conditional plea?
0, no, it was
That's it?
$1,500.
Because that's not what the prosecutor's version is, that you never entered a plea, but you submitted the other paperwork about the trade name.
No, I have a copy of it. I have a copy of it.
The prosecutor didn't get a copy of it.
Okay.
So
Didn't get a copy of a few things, but.
I don't have a copy of his offer.
No, that's what I'm saying, is that's why it's a default.
Mhm.
The prosecutor stated that, I think it was he got the paperwork with the trade name, but not any plea.
No, I get that, but I would like to know what the offer
The
was
offer
anyway.
was, it was the pre-printed $1,500, and it wouldn't be processed until I provided a filing receipt, which takes time. It can take 4 to 6
Okay,
weeks.
so I'm going to take what he got, what he
Which is
offered.
a civil penalty.
Yep.
Offer of $1,500.
Yes.
Okay.
And an amended trade name, which has been accomplished.
It's already posted.
Yep, already done.
All right, next item, 330, Peanut Butter and Jelly Time, Inc.
This one probably requires a
330.
little compassion. Very little.
Why?
Well, licensee signed a lease. This place has been a restaurant with a side patio for decades. He signed a lease. The lease was silent. Apparently, the landlord knew that there was a zoning code. They couldn't use the side yard. He was using it. Therefore, there was issues with the municipality. There was landlord-tenant litigation. They've settled their litigation, and the license has been placed in safekeeping. The licensee is going to walk away because he doesn't have the side yard. He can't make the money seasonally out in the east end of Long Island. So it was a technical violation. There were 2 charges, and the application was submitted truthfully. However, it was not in compliance locally, but he did not have any knowledge to that effect. He's
But
closed.
so we sustain 1 and dismiss 2.
Correct.
So the only one is basically the
That it was in
failure
violation
to
of the
comply
local-
with the zoning.
local, but he was unaware of it.
Yeah, I had letter of warning, so
Letter of
I
warning.
thought the town kind of screwed up here.
Yep, I agree with you.
Letter of warning.
Outstanding. Everyone, have a good week. See you in a couple weeks. Thank
You had a good day.
Other than Amanda's father, I have nothing on the, nothing else signed in.
All right. Do commercials with them, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
All right. 302.
Accept.
Accept.
304.
I don't have 304.
License is surrendered.
Oh, I do have that. Cancel and bond, unless you want to revoke it. Should we revoke it?
Probably.
Revoke it and bond.
Revoke and bond.
Okay. 305.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
306.
Cancel or revoke for 305?
Revoke. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, cancel and bond on. Yeah.
So good with that?
Yeah, 305, cancel and bond.
No,
yeah.
306.
Yeah, 306 is 3,000 because of their history.
3,000?
Okay. 307.
Accept.
Accept letter of warning, yep.
308.
At 3,500?
Yes, 3,500.
309.
I'm countering at 7,500.
Second time, right? Yeah. 7,500.
310.
Accept.
1,500 accept.
312.
Accept.
Accept. 1,500.
313.
Considering what case this is, I would ask that at least a revocation is imposed.
Yeah,
and
no,
I
I
will
have
defer on
revoke and bond with prescription.
Revoke and bond, yes.
And the prescription?
And prescription, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
314.
Accept.
Letter of warning, accept.
315.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for record, yes.
316.
So the only question I had here, and it's really for you, is how do we take this plea from an attorney who previously notified that he no longer represented the client? And can we?
I have a new application for this too, but we disapproved it because of the disciplinary.
He did not appear. But I'll take it.
I mean, I'd rather take, I mean, if there's. an
Well, it's
issue, I can
cancellation, so
refund.
it's
Yeah.
not that big a deal, so I'll
It's already
accept.
been surrendered.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the new app or no?
Yes, when it comes, yeah.
You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. 317.
So this one, the agent came out with a bottle, but there's no receipt, there's no video, there's nothing of him, no proof.
This is the one that I talked about.
So I'm going to dismiss, but once again, this is another decision that I don't necessarily agree with. So dismiss one.
Yep. That's what I had. Dismissed.
318.
Accept.
Accept.
321.
Oh.
This was signed in, and then whoever signed in left, so.
This is the deputy mayor that objected.
Hempstead.
No,
you
this is
objected to
Poughkeepsie,
this.
right?
No, no.
Hempstead.
320. No, this was signed in by somebody else.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And whoever it was took off.
Or he came and said there's no business license here, and
And the mayor came in, or the deputy
deputy
mayor.
mayor came
Yeah,
in.
they're trying to get rid of the amount of bodegas that they have in there.
Yeah, all right, so the mayor came in and was, or the deputy mayor came in and was adamant that that there's too many bodegas with licenses, they cause problems for the community. The applicant did not show up, or he did show up, but then didn't stay, so I'm gonna deny.
There was also no business license issued,
Right.
so, okay.
322 and 332.
I had 4,000. Why did I have, oh, that's the offer, yeah.
I'll accept.
Nothing since a year ago. Yeah, accept, 4,000 accept.
329.
$1,500.
1,500.
333.
6,500.
Second time, yeah, 6,500.
You good with that, Commissioner?
Yes, yep.
334.
Accept.
4,500, accept.
336.
Considering what case this is, I would probably counsel of revocation as well.
Yeah, I have revocation. Revoke and bond with the prescription.
Same here.
337.
You know what, just revoke and bond that.
Okay.
336?
Yep.
Okay.
337.
Saying the owner was on maternity leave here. Okay,
3,500.
3,500, okay.
338.
Okay to dismiss one.
Dismiss.
Is this, did you have problems with this too?
I talked about.
Pretty good fraudulent ID, right? That's what,
Okay.
All right, 339.
I'll grant the reconsideration and accept the 2,500 late.
2,500.
341.
3,000. Why is this charge so old, do you know?
3,000, yeah.
We've been cleaning out things, so maybe.
342.
Sustain one, sustain two, cancel and bond. There was just a lot of lying going on here.
Sure was.
All right, 343 was held over by Mr. Palillo. His clients were out of town, but they'll be back here on the 14th. And that's held over to March 14th. 346.
Accept.
40. Oh.
6,000, accept, yes.
348.
Accept.
1,500, accept.
350.
4,000.
4,000,
352.
Accept.
3,500, accept.
355.
Accept.
4,500, accept.
356.
Accept, cancel and bond.
Oh, 356? Oh, which one was that?
356.
Okay, hang on a second, sorry.
Boone County case.
Cancel and bond, yep.
357.
6,500.
6,500.
358.
3,000, sustain one, 3,000.
3,000.
359.
Sustain one, sustain two, sustain three, and dismiss 4, 5, and 6.
It looks like there's a CNC of cancellation that was entered late.
Yeah, I was gonna cancel and bond it anyway. And cancel and bond. Why wasn't the sales tax issue a failure to comply? That doesn't get failure to comply because it's a state?
No, it could be. I'd have to look closer.
Okay.
Could be.
Anything, Commissioner?
So cancel and bond, yes.
361.
I would have liked them to have been here. Because I'd like to know.
They
They
don't
bring them in, I don't want to put them out of business, and I'm willing to take a suspension or,
put them in on the 14th?
yes.
Yep.
Okay. 362.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
365, 66, 67, and 68.
Cancel for the record.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3 in the first proceeding, sustain 1 in the second, sustain 1, 2, and 3 in the third, and sustain all charges in the fourth proceeding.
Where is the...
Yeah, cancel and bond. Was this a default? What happened here?
I crossed out and wrote a default. Looks like this
A
is what it
default
is.
at hearing?
It's a defaulted hearing.
Because I got no summary page. Okay. Yeah, cancel and bond.
So everything is just sustained.
Yes.
That all the defaults are done differently by the different judges, so. 369.
2,000, but if they get another one, it's over.
2,000 accept.
370.
Should be 2,000. What did I put down there?
Accept.
2,500 accept.
Yeah.
371.
Accept.
371. What did I do with that one? That's the West Albany Fire Department. Oh, yeah, I know. It was 3 months. I would like to go less than that on these guys as a volunteer fire department. They offer 2,500. Could we accept 2?
Yeah. 2,000.
2,000.
372.
Accept.
Accept.
373.
Accept, but I need to talk to Joe. Why are we doing this? You know? All right.
Accept 1,500.
376.
Accept.
6,500 accept.
384. This is another one where somebody signed in, but left.
Well, this guy's licensed. There's just too many questions, so that's denied. I needed to ask him about availing,
Yep.
about uninterested or interested parties,
You
so
want to
I'm
bid him in?
denying it.
You want to bid him in 14th or?
No.
No?
I mean, if he signed in and then he left, if he had asked for an adjournment, I probably would have given it to him, but.
More with that, Commissioner?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
388.
Canceling the $1,000 civil penalty.
So that's
So we're
different.
accepting the offer.
So
Yeah, accept.
cancel and bond, accept, okay, yeah.
No, it's not bond, we're taking a penalty.
Right.
So what happens? with the bond?
They're paying the civil penalty, they want to pay the civil penalty
As opposed to the
instead of the
bond.
bond.
Gotcha,
So then they don't have the bond on the record.
gotcha,
Right.
okay.
391, excuse
Accept.
me. 391.
Oh, I'm sorry, letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
392.
Sustain 1 and 2, cancel and bond.
There's no bond.
Oh, because they're not licensed. Okay, cancel.
Just cancel.
It has to, it was sold long ago that
Yeah,
there's no
they owe
bond.
me $1,000.
That's all right, we'll disapprove the renewal.
393.
You did?
No, I will now.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
Yeah.
394. Oh, I'm sorry.
Dismiss,
I
yes.
skipped over you. 394.
1,500, sustain 1.
Yep, 1,500.
395.
Accept.
395, 6,000 accept.
397.
I would accept, but I would also put a name stop on the
Yes, that's what I
principals.
did. Name, stop, and location, stop, accept.
Cancel and bond and name stop, yep.
398.
1,500, sustain 1.
1,500, sustain 1.
401.
Withdraw charge 2 and accept.
Accept.
402.
Now, this guy wanted reconsideration because he wasn't told when the full board hearing would be.
They didn't come.
And he didn't show up. And I'm assuming we told him.
Well, I don't know, because I don't see,
I'm not doing this again. Put this over.
yeah, because I don't see an attachment that indicates he was notified, so. 409 is being held over. The attorney is in the middle of a criminal trial.
With this applicant?
I hope not.
So
it's
what?
over to 314. 415.
Accept.
Cancel and bond. Accept.
416.
Accept.
accept.
417.
Sustain 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, 5, and 6, and 7, dismiss 8, sustain 9, dismiss 10.
This is pretty bad.
Yeah, they're heading in a bad direction. 15,000.
$15,000, yep.
Okay. 419.
$1,000. They want a letter of warning, but there are 100 people over capacity. That's kind of ridiculous. So I'll take the 1,000.
1,000?
424.
Accept.
Councilman Bond, accept.
427.
I would just ask for a fine, not anything, I don't care what fine, but a fine,
As opposed to what?
cancellation or anything like that.
Why? I wasn't going to cancel anyway, but I'm
They've
just.
had defaults previously, and then we've gone to court, and then they've had reconsiderations, and it's turned into a thing. And for one charge like this, I talked to the prosecutor, she's mentioned that she'd rather just fine them and.
All right, 3,500.
427, 3,500.
427A.
Approved.
Approved.
I don't have anything else on the calendar. Do you have anything else, Chairman, on the calendar? I didn't think so.